Da dun dun dun. Da da dun. Good morning. All right. Good morning, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. All right. Big conversation happening today. Hold on. Let me get some tech stuff figured out for us. All right. So today we're going to jump right into this Ezra Klein conversation. But before we jump into it, I just need to let my members know here on YouTube. First of all, thank you for being here. And I'm really excited to go over this conversation today. But yesterday we had a stream that was taken down for copyright issues from The Guardian. So RIP to that stream. I tried to get it back. They said their claim remains. So I'm not even sure if people have access to it right now. It says they don't. So I'm so sorry about that. But thank you for being there yesterday live. I really appreciate it. We got hit double with the copyright. Not sure why it happened, but we'll try to make up for it today. Makes me sad, but here we are. Big conversation to happen today. I think it's going to be really, really good. Oh, and then tomorrow, I won't be streaming. I have a government appointment that I got to do tomorrow. So all good news, of course, which is very exciting. And so I'll have to skip stream tomorrow. I didn't realize it until today. I wasn't aware. So I'll see you the next day after. Huge conversation with Dr. K, Alex O'Connor, the Diary of the CEO happened. We'll cover that when I come back Thursday. It will be a lot of fun. It will be really, really good. I think that's it. Is that all the big stuff? Chad says, Bray, I'm so happy you're reviewing this video. I feel like a 5 talking to a 2. I think you can read between the lines that Coates is a 5. Well, I don't know if that's the case, but I will say that I did on my own. I saw Ezra Klein's article and I watched YouTubers break it down. I didn't read it myself. And then same with Tanisi Coates? Tanisi, is that how I say it? I'm not actually familiar with his work, but I really liked his article about Ezra Klein because I'm not an Ezra Klein fan, okay? I'm not a fan of Ezra. I think he's a perfectly, this is his face if you don't know who he is. It's Ta-Nehisi. Am I saying that right? I haven't heard his name said enough, but I'm gonna get there. Okay, I'm gonna learn this because his article about Ezra was so good because Ezra is just such a basic centrist liberal. He's just so aggravating to me as a thinker because he's so stunted. He's all about playing games. He was arguing that Democrats need to put up pro-life candidates. Pro-life candidates in the year of FKA Twigs? 2025, girl? Are you insane? Like, this is what I'm saying about, like, the Democrats are so confused about why people don't like them. So let me just remind everybody where I stand. So here's just generally speaking, when we look at history and why we repeat history, okay? And we are repeating history. There's the right, okay? This is the right. These are liberals, and these are, just to be very reductive, progressives. Liberals maintain the status quo. Republicans want to go backwards and progressives want to go forwards. It's very reductive, but that's basically it. And that's why Ezra Klein is infuriating because he is not interested in moving forward, though he does think he probably, internally, he probably does think he does. Internally, he probably just think that. And if you guys are new to my channel, my name is Brittany Simon. We do philosophy through pop culture. So again, this isn't a political channel. This is philosophical commentary on the political bubble. So again, even though Ezra might in his head have good intentions, everything he puts out, including that article about Charlie Kirk, was just so maintain the status quo and building the bridge with the right. We are not building the bridge with the right. I refuse to build the bridge with the right. We are at most building bridges with liberals. Why? Because everything coming out of Republicans right now, every piece of policy, everything is absolutely reductive, racist, misogynistic, all of the words that they hate listening and hearing because they don't want to engage in the reality that they are fascistic, okay? So this idea of building bridges with political policy, absolutely not. Now, we should be kind to our political opposite neighbors, our Republican neighbors, our independent neighbors. We should be kind to our centrist neighbors. We should always be kind to our every neighbor. We should always be loving and compassionate and everything to the people around us because this is what community is. When it comes to leaders, though, when it comes to politicians, when it comes to people creating policy, absolutely not. What good is a Democratic Okay, a Democrat who's pro-life. What is the good in that? Can you explain it to me, Ezra Klein? Like, what is the good in that? What is the good in that? Because first of all, coming from a Republican household, no way they're going to vote Democrat. And two, they're not stupid. Stupid? Don't you think that they know they're not stupid enough to fall for your little gimmick? Oh, a Democrat, but guys, they're pro-life. Okay, like I know Republicans were dumb enough to vote for Trump, but they're not stupid enough to vote for a Democrat. And you know why I say that? Because there ain't no way they're voting for a Democrat. So like this idea that he's going to put up this pro-life Democrat, you know what I mean? And it's just going to make all the MAGA people turn over. Girl, at most, you might get a few centrists who are already on that line. You might get a few liberals who are kind of Team Trump, but you're not going to get the big voter base. There ain't no way lifelong Republicans like my parents would ever vote Democrat, even if they said they were pro-life, because they would think you were tricking them. They think you are tricksters. They think the Democrats are tricking them. And then Ezra's out here like, we should trick Republicans to voting for us. Put up a pro-life Democrat. Does he not get it? Does he not get it? They already think you are literally tricksters. Anyways, stupid. So progressives, obviously, and I don't want to speak for everybody here, but obviously we're annoyed with Ezra because like he's just a, what's a non-misogynistic word to use? Hold on. He's a child. He's just a big baby, okay? He's just the most childish thinker I've ever seen in my life. He just thinks like a child. He thinks like a centrist coming out of fucking liberal college or something. He speaks like a baby. You know, he comes out here. He pretends like he has any kind of wisdom. People pedestal him as this great thinker. He thinks like a child. I feel like the adults are having a convo. And then Ezra's like, could we have like a pro-life Democrat maybe? Be quiet, Ezra. Be quiet. It's like, sit down. Why are you even talking? Why are you even in this conversation? Excuse me? Can we have like maybe a Democrat who hates abortion? Like, what? Sit down. He's such a baby. I'm sorry. I'm coming out full swinging today, girls. It's such a, in the seriousness of what's happening in the world right now. And you were talking about pro-life Democrats. What is this, 2004? What are you serious right now? Like, I can't even believe he suggested that. What a ridiculous thing to say out loud. And with his full chest too. What a ridiculous thing to say out loud. Okay, let's get into it. So this conversation is about an hour long. Hopefully we don't get copyrighted. Okay, but I'm very excited to go over it. I think it'll be a lot of fun. And like I said, if just these guys going back and forth with their articles, love to see them sitting down. But honestly, people got to stop talking to Ezra Klein because he's like a big fat baby. He's like, what are you doing here, sir? Do you need your pacifier? I said what I said. I said what I said. Okay, let's watch.
There are two things that are true about what President Donald Trump said at Charlie Kirk's
How's
memorial
that volume?
service.
Is it too loud? Is it too quiet? Is it too loud?
He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie.
One is that it's frightening to see the President of the United States talk this way about his political foes.
I hate my opponent, and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry.
The other, I think, is that it's an opportunity. I don't think that is a strong politics. And for me, one of the central questions animating the show this year, that has been animating it since the election, is how did we get...
Exactly, chat. Mandani is the present and future, and Ezra is stuck in the 90s Dems. Look, I don't know much about Mandani in terms of being like the future, but he obviously represents a very needed present. You know what I'm saying? Maybe even he isn't even the future, but he should be the present. Because we can't even get him to be the present because people are afraid of him, right? So that's the problem, is Ezra is stuck in like, I agree, 90s Dem politics. Like maybe putting up a pro-life Democrat would have worked in 1993 or 1994 when Don't Ask, Don't Tell was still a thing. But like, what are you talking about now? We're way too polarized for you just to act like a big D in front of a pro-life name isn't going to make people feel a way. You know, it just seems so silly.
here? How did we let these people get back into power? What went wrong in our approach to politics that we ended up here? This has been a conversation I've been engaged in since Charlie Kirk's murder. And I wanted to have it with somebody who has maybe not liked who I've been approaching.
Oh, and just FYI, yes, chat, a pro-life Democrat wouldn't win because all pro-lifers are already voting Republican. Not only that, but if I know anything about Republicans, they hate gays and trans people more than anything. But they always say abortion is their topic. They'll always say like, oh, we care about the unborn fetuses, right? That's always their like one issue voter, you know, but at the same time, do not underestimate their homophobia, transphobia. But they will never vote for a Democrat that wants anything with the word socialist, wants anything with the word universal health care, wants anything with the, like, that's what I'm saying. If they're so polarized as they are, why do you think we should be catering to the people that are willing to literally, I mean, maintain the status quo of white supremacy at Charlie Kirk's own funeral, right? We're seeing the white supremacists, not even dog whistles, it's just full-blown statements. Like, you're trying to be like, you know, it's like Ezra is trying to, you know, meet halfway with men who are in the streets chanting white lives matter. Where is the middle ground here? They couldn't even get past racism. And it's like the most basic 101 thing. Don't judge someone by their color of their skin. And Ezra's like, we should build a bridge with those people. I think it might be too late, my homie. The question is, can we prevent younger babies, children, teenagers from going that extreme? We should be doing preventative care. I've said this time and time again. Why aren't we paying attention to making sure children don't grow up bigoted and hateful? Like the adults, it's too late. These 40-year-old white men who are in the streets protesting White Lives Matter, like it's over, bro. Why are you still trying to get them? You should be focusing on Gen Z. You should be focusing on the youth because the youth are the most open-minded and curious. They have the greatest potential and they've already been captured by these fucking podcast bros. So why are you even wasting time with these old men who have already made a decision? It's very hard to be a good person. It's very hard to make an adult change their mind. I can't even get Ezra over here to say something sensibly more progressive. Even Ezra Klein, look at him, so stuck in his ways. That's why, because Ezra's stuck too. He's stuck living in a fantasy land of an America that is gone. It's gone. Who knows if it was even here in the first place, but it's gone. Whatever fantasy of America he has in his head, I don't know why he thinks it exists.
Ta-Nehisi Coates is a writer I admire. Somebody I have a genuine
Ta-Nehisi Coates. I'm going to get it.
Friendship with. In the days after Kirk's murder, he published a piece in Vanity Fair, pretty harshly critical.
It's a great article. It's really good.
Of what I had written. He compared what I was doing there to the whitewashing of the Southern cause after the Civil War.
Yep.
I think it'd be the height of hypocrisy for me to say we need to reach across divides and disagreement and then not talk across my own. So I wanted to talk to Ta-Nehisi about the piece, about the aftermath of Kirk's murder, but also about a disagreement, or question at least, that I think is about more than Kirk. I think there's something very unsettled in the sort of broad coalition of the left around the work of politics, around who we talk to and when and how. When is that work moral? When is it necessary? When is it a betrayal? As always, my email, EzraKleinShow@nytimes.com.
All right, let's see.
Ta-Nehisi Coates, welcome back to the show.
Thanks. I don't know what number time this is.
I think you're one of the, if you go back to the box space, I think you're one of the, you're on the leaderboard for sure.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to see you, man.
Good to be here, Ezra. Thank you.
All right, well, let's jump into the disagreement. You wrote a column responding to my column on Charlie Kirk.
So uncomfortable.
It's okay.
It is actually really uncomfortable. Can I just say, because people in the past who have done collabs with me, they'll say you were so strong and very opinionated on your podcast, and the moment you're in front of me, you're so soft-spoken. Yeah, bro, it's because like in my own space, in my own sense of safety, I feel good to speak my mind. In front of an actual person, I'm always more kind and compassionate. The same way that I'm very harsh about Republicans here, but I'm obviously going to feed the hungry and help the sick, even if they are Republicans. It's like, you have to understand the way you are consuming people. This is a part of media literacy. You have to understand in which way you are being consumed. And obviously on my show, in my safe space, with my audience who understands me, right, we're going to speak a certain way. But obviously if I go into someone's home, I'm going to treat it with dignity and respect, right? Because that's what you do. The same I would expect if they were here in my house. But the reality is like that doesn't always happen, right? That's not always how people expect you to be. So I agree that it would be really uncomfortable to kind of sit, across from one another and have to be like, so you hated my article. But also it takes a lot for us to say, I didn't like your article and I think you're wrong. And I do think you're wrong. And I still want you to be joyful and happy and fed and clothed and educated.
What was your disagreement with what I wrote after Kirk was assassinated?
Everything.
Yeah. First of all, I just want to thank you for having me. I know that I've had to read things about myself that, criticize my work. It's never easy. And people often have a very, very different response than the one you had, which is to invite me here and to talk it out. So I appreciate that. I want to say that up front. I felt that when I initially read the column, and I guess we should be fully transparent here and say there was a discussion between us privately before there was a a public thing.
Yeah, we text.
Okay.
Yeah, we did. We do text regularly, and we did text about this. I felt like, having not done the research that I eventually did for the column, there was something off about what I knew about this guy. And the presentation of him as, and I don't want to misquote you here, but as basically a paragon of politics and how politics should be done. So I think I had the same reaction that most ordinary people would have, which is absolute horror at the idea that this guy was somewhere speaking and was killed. But I always think it's like important to differentiate how people die versus how they live. And then after doing the research.
And just for Ezra to say that politics should be done the way Charlie Kirk did them. And I just a reminder to all the people who keep saying that Charlie Kirk was just a podcaster, guys, I'm just a podcaster. Charlie Kirk, his Turning Point USA is being put into your kids' school systems. He's friends with the president. He's friends with JD Vance. The vice president came on his YouTube channel. The president spoke at his funeral. He is not a podcaster. I am a podcaster. I have no connections. I'm just a girly with a microphone. I am a streamer. I am a content creator. Charlie Kirk is not just a content creator. He is a political voice who had deep and obvious intentions to get very political and be very political. He had this idea of making America like a Christian Catholic nation, right? So we need to be very careful with the way that people are just like, he's just a podcaster. I can't believe the president is doing this for just a podcaster. He's not just a podcaster. Now, that's not to say, oh, he's someone of importance. It's to say that he had connections, that he had networks, that he wasn't just some guy in his room speaking the truth. He had status. And that's important to remember, right? It's not to say that he was someone important, because I know the conservatives are like, he wasn't just a podcaster, he was an activist. He was a bigot with a voice and connections. He was a bigoted person who hid behind his religion to push awful narratives about people, and he had connections to the president of the United States.
I got to be honest with you. That's when it got really, really difficult. When I went past my initial impressions and started like going through all of the clips of the things he said, the way he talked about people, the way he, described groups in ways that honestly, even as I was writing it, I was uncomfortable saying. And so the idea that this guy should be in any way celebrated for how he conducted politics, the fact that he just slurred across the board, all sorts of groups of people, and then ran an organization wherein, which appeared to me just a haven of hatred. I would not want that to be a model for my politics. And I know, as we talked between us that, you are not attempting to make a statement for the entirety of it. But I guess I feel like at a certain point, somebody's legacy, or somebody does something that is so large, that it's tough to think about their legacy and take that out of it. And that's how I felt about it.
So I think I want to get at the right level of disagreement here. So I think one thing for me is that, I don't know, for me, the immediate hours after somebody is murdered in public, when you see that sort of grief and horror pouring out of the people who loved him, and many people loved him, my instinct then is to just sit with them in their grief, right?
Exactly. Okay. Okay. People who should sit in people's grief with them. Therapists, priests, religious people, parents, friends, family, people who resonated with a content creator's life, something like that. When Charlie Kirk died, it was like America stood still in a way that was weird. And the fact that you don't understand that just because Charlie was important to you doesn't mean he's not important to other people is the problem, given the platform he stood on. And I need this to be abundantly clear that, and I think this is the problem people had and people continue to have, especially conservatives. You are literally mourning Charlie Kirk, okay, in a way that is very specific and personal. Most of the time when there's a tragedy, at least from my understanding, and maybe this is just my autistic brain, when we see injustice happen in America, and it's devastating to see people die, we're not just mourning for the people who died because we didn't know them. We're mourning for the reality that this is the system. You got angry and took it out on people like me. You got angry and took it out on streamers. You got angry and made a list of people's names. You got angry at the world, not for the world, when Charlie died. In my bubble, where I come from, whether it was Tamir Rice or Mike Brown or anybody else, or, when they are killed, we're not just specifically devastated for the individuals because we didn't know them. We're devastated for the reality of that family being impacted, the world around us, the system that made that a reality. Because remember, it happened at the hands of the state, the government, cops, police officers who are supposed to keep us safe killed our children. It is very different than a lone gunman who is not paid to protect us, killing a guy he had beef with. And you're acting like the world came for him when we're seriously scared that the system that we pay into that's supposed to protect us is targeting our children. And you're not upset because what? Like, what are we doing? And again, so when we have these conversations, we're not mourning in the same way. We're not afraid in the same way. We're not concerned in the same way. We're seeing systematic failures. And yes, Klein's death is an indication of a system failure when it comes to gun rights. Right? It is a system failure when we allow people to just get a hold of weapons willy-nilly. Sure. But there's such a distinctive difference. So the reason I can understand people being in mourning for the people who are killed because of police brutality is because that should make all of us concerned, because those are people in uniform who feel entitled to our bodies and our lives. They are bullies in uniforms a lot of the time, and we have to be aware of that. Okay? I think there's like even in my stream of Charlie Kirk, I tried to be very compassionate. I tried to say that, we need to tackle this philosophically. Do we have to mourn a bad person? Should we mourn bad people? I don't think you shouldn't, or you should. I think you should do what feels natural to you. The only thing I would recommend to you is not to feel excited or elated, because I think that's an ugliness and an evil within the spirit that exists in a world that is so violent to glorify the death of somebody else. But I think separate from that, you're allowed to feel relief. You're allowed to feel at peace. You're allowed to feel indifferent. You're allowed to feel a lot of things. You're even allowed to feel sad. But I think, again, we're tackling two issues here. If the world is so violent and we're so divided, then there's like an ugliness in the spirit that's happening. Well, then how do we make a spirit better, cleaner, whatever word you want to use in your bubble that makes you feel good, enlightened, whatever. Well, then probably not celebrating the death of a person. But because we're under patriarchy and because men are always given credit for how much they kill, there is always this idea that violence is the only answer. And that's what we need to deconstruct. Why is violence always the answer? How could Charlie Kirk fans who are so upset Charlie got killed over an opinion allegedly come to my comment section and threaten my life because I had an opinion about Charlie Kirk, that he was a bad person, but not that he deserved to die, because I don't think anyone deserves to die. I don't believe in the idea that you deserve to die. I barely believe in the idea that you deserve to live, meaning you're not obligated to bring a consciousness into the universe. Remember, we're dealing with very different and distinct belief systems about the world. There are religious people who think you ought to make babies, that you are obligated to make life. I do not think you are obligated to make life. I also certainly would hope you're not obligated to take it. And right away, these Republicans are seeking the death penalty for this guy who shot Charlie. Why? What is your desire, and why does it always end up being violent?
To say, I can, for this moment, find some way to grieve with you, to see your friend the way, or in some version of the way you saw him, right? That's not my view of, the person's whole legacy, but going to people when they're grieving like that and saying, listen, I want to tell you really what I thought of your friend. Just feels like not what you do in a kind of a community. Mm-hmm. I could see people come down on both sides of that. Hold
on, girly. First of all, if I hear both sides, I'm going to have to do something every time I hear that. As a public figure, you choosing to mourn with Charlie Kirk is a political statement. You're not allowed to not make one because you didn't build a brand that allowed you to do that. So you can't mourn with Charlie Kirk the way you did because that's not your job. You should have let his friends do that. The fact that you made that statement is a political statement. In the same way that we've seen video essayists, we've covered this on my channel, like the Authentic Observer and Leighton Chronicles, unsubscribed from both of them, coming out making videos about how people are celebrating Charlie's death as if they're not being used by the same administration that would take away their rights if they could. Like, stop being used by these Republican racists who need every excuse to hate you as a person. Isn't Ezra Klein Jewish? Does he think they're going to keep him safe when they really start coming for people? Even though this administration claims they're anti-Semitic, obviously we know that's not true. We know once they're comfortable and once they trick enough people, the Jews are next, because they always are, aren't they? We know anti-Semitism is up, and we know it's coming from the right. We know that's true. Progressives don't care that you're Jewish. They care that you're supporting an Israeli genocide of the Palestinians, which is totally fucking different. And so you have to be careful. You have to be very careful about who and what role you play in someone's death and compassion. Be compassionate, meaning to suffer with, but be compassionate in your lane. Again, so many people could have played this role for this community. Is this your community, Ezra? Because it's not mine. And that's the other part. My community, I made that stream for you. I made my stream about Charlie Kirk for my community. And not anybody in my community is a fan of Charlie Kirk. And if you claim to have been in my community and been a fan of Charlie, you were never really a part of my community. And I say this not because I'm, trying to be in denial, but it would make no sense to be a fan of Charlie and Brittany Simon. They're two completely different opposites. If you're the fan of both, you're a fan of both in a way that's very superficial. Okay? So again, there's like a big conversation to be had about, is this your community? Sure, it's your American community, but you could have shown compassion in a completely different way. A completely different way. And this is why I told people after Charlie died, I said, if I get killed, make sure my parents don't use this as a political talking point against the left. Because I know what this is. I know progressivism is the answer. Not that it's the end, though. Remember that it's not the end, guys. But it is an answer to where we need to head off. That means anything that goes back is not the answer. Okay, let me do it this way. Okay. So right now we're on this journey heading towards the answer. This is where progressivism is. It's not the end goal. But it is in the right direction. Okay. It's not the end goal. Okay. This is not like you have to get past this goal to liberate people, since a lot of progressive politics is in reaction to the oppressor. So since the oppressor still is at the center of our life, we need to get to the point where the oppressor is not the center of our story. Okay. And so again, with the Ezras who want to be kind and compassionate to the people who want to go backwards, they're just going to utilize him. They're going to use him to push their narrative of going backwards towards bigotry, towards hate, away from liberation. This is not allowed. Yes, we're sorry your friend died in spirit, but at the same time, all of our friends are dying. Everyone is dying. What is our solution away from violence? Because the only reaction Republicans had to this was to call for violence. Civil war, using Katniss theme songs, saying we're ready to pull up arms, saying we're going to take revenge. Like, all this did was fuel the violence on the right. Ezra did nothing for anybody else except the Republicans and the conservatives and the bigots. Congratulations. False compassion. This is the sin of false compassion.
I actually think that actually is a great impulse, that after somebody's been killed, and not just killed, but because we live in the media environment that we live in, that it's seen and that it will live forever, and that person's family, you know what I mean?
That is being looped in front of all of us.
Jesus Christ.
Which I think has a lot to do with how this was taken.
No, it's terrible. It's terrible. And to have to go, to have young kids who have to grow up knowing that is a thing that exists in the world. You know what I mean?
And I'll go one step further on this. One thing I wrote about in that piece that I do worry about is I worry we are already in a cycle of political violence, of mimetic violence. I think about Pelosi. I think about Shapiro. I think about the near assassination on Trump. I think about when after that happened, I thought about me. I thought about you. I thought about all kinds of people I know, right? So I do think there's just something about
When did the political violence begin and stop? That's my question for you. Jon Stewart had a really funny segment this morning or yesterday, I guess, where, I don't know if you guys know, but the founding fathers used to write really shitty things about each other. They used to talk smack and make up rumors. I don't know why anyone believes in an America that didn't exist. When did political violence not exist in this country? I'm sorry, how did Malcolm X die? I can't remember. Jeez, I cannot remember. How did Martin Luther King Jr. die? I must be blanking. How did Harvey Milk die again? What was it? I can't remember. What are you talking about? Why are you acting like political violence hasn't been consistent and thorough throughout our history? You know what I mean? Like, it just feels so silly and naive to sit there and be like, oh, it's getting worse. Yes, it's getting worse. And the side that's making it extremely worse, just so much worse, Ezra's like, we should be nice to them. Be kind to people, but kindness also means putting down a boundary. Okay? Kindness also means putting down a boundary. Niceness is fakeness. Ezra's a fake, he's a fake girly. Okay? He's fake. Like, I don't want your fake niceness. I want kindness. And I want the right kind of kindness, the kindness that harm reduces. We need to harm reduce, okay? And that's the problem. I don't believe him. I don't think he gets it. He's not having an embodied experience. He does not understand liberation. He doesn't get it. But most people don't. Most people do not understand liberation, right? Chad said political violence is getting worse and Charlie Kirk actively supported it. Absolutely. This whole administration is actively supporting it. They just put armed people in Portland. Oh, yes. Portland, Oregon, the scariest place in the States. Portland, Oregon. Oh, yes. This was very important. This was a good use of our time and money and efforts. Yes, this makes sense. It's like, can we please be serious? And we saw it happen time and time again. We'll see it happen time and time again. This administration and people who support it and people who play friendly with it are going to continue to make these moves. And none of this is good. It's not. Chad says the headquarters of crime. Ah, yes. Portland, Oregon. Portland, Oregon. You know? Chad says, do you see politics as almost inherently violent? Like, I struggle to conceive of politics that has existed in a nation or society that has not been inherently violent. Well, that's why politics doesn't have the answer. That's why I don't do politics. The reason I do philosophy is because I think philosophical work, the love of wisdom, is the closest we can ever get to the real answers. I think politics is where liars go to die and where naive people go to try to live. And they don't usually die good people. I think politics is the game of, it's just a game for the worst people to get together and think they know what's right for everybody else. I don't trust it. I don't like it. I've been in it enough in my life. I've had too many opportunities in it to know, like, this is not the answer. This cannot be the answer. Because like Ezra, they're playing a chess game. Even when you have good intentions, even when you're a good person, you can't be a good person and be successful in politics. And that should tell you something. It's like being a billionaire. That's what politics is to me. Politics is like trying to be a billionaire that's ethical. Can you be an ethical billionaire? No. I don't think you can be ethically in politics. I don't think it exists. And so that's really the question. Can we live in a world where we deconstruct the political system the way that it is and live in a different way altogether? I don't think we've evolved to do that, right? Just as, are you an idealist, Brittany? No. No, because I don't make prescriptions. I'm saying the world is the way it is and you have to accept it. I'm saying this is not new. It will always be this way and nothing will change. Right? Michael, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate you. Like, this is humanity. I implore you to accept that every good deed you do won't matter, but it will matter. Both things will be true at once. Like, humanity is too large and it's too big of an organism to expect big and great change when we can't even get past skin color. We can't even get past skin color. Skin color. We can't get past it. And you guys want to sit here, not you guys, my audience, but you want to sit here and think that, you know, you can't. You must radically accept that this is what people are. And then you can do your best to try to work on yourself and then impact your community for the better. You know what I mean? So again, this goes back to what I said yesterday, right? You want to sprint ahead of the group because the group is always going to move slower than the individual. And as the individual who got ahead of the group, you want to swing back to the back of the group and push everybody forward. Okay? You want to balance being an individual and being a community member. But the best kind of community member is one that doesn't slow down for the team, but still pulls the team forward with them. Or in my case, I like to think about running back to the back and pushing people forward. Because again, I don't want you to go out there alone. I don't want you to abandon the community, but I need you to know your community will move slowly. Because that's just how humans work. We move very slowly, okay? Discord said, did we learn nothing from the Hunger Games? Do you think Luffy would be a good example of deconstructing politics while still having good character that ends up liberating? Luffy doesn't think, guys. No, Luffy, Goku, they never even think about it. Luffy doesn't care about politics. He hasn't deconstructed. I just talked to my partner about this morning. Luffy and Goku are fools. They are fools. They do not think. They are in the spirit of their childlike behavior, but they did not come to this conclusion through wisdom. They came to this conclusion because they are without wisdom. They are inherently naive. They didn't think. They didn't deconstruct. They act within their nature, and their nature is just coincides with this character we love. But they didn't think their way through it. They didn't experience or process it. They just always had this heart of gold, right? They were born, sort of like with this heart of gold. They were not people who had to deconstruct. Again, that's why people love them, because they think it's easy. They think it's easy to be Goku or Luffy instead of realizing that they don't exist as people, right? Discord said, or maybe deconstruction was wrong word, but moving without the political framework is what I meant. In some ways, I could see the spirit of Luffy being kind of ideal, but still Luffy is not the greatest community member. Luffy's an okay community member, but he's still a pirate. So he still does pirate things. And it wouldn't be, because again, to build a society that's cohesive and functional, you would want somebody who's not as self-focused. You would want us to be more thoughtful about our neighbors and more thoughtful about the community. Luffy really fails more or less in a realistic sense of being a community member. Yes, he's helpful, and yes, he shows up, but he also is willing to play the role of a villain. Remember the village Luffy helps save, but the villagers wake up and they think he's the bad pirate, so he plays the role, and he lets them think he's a bad pirate, so he runs away. It's like Luffy's willing to play the role of whatever he needs to do to go on his ultimate journey, but it doesn't make sense in our realistic life. In our realistic journey, we can't have Luffy's. It wouldn't make any sense because that's not what people are. That's not what people are, right? Okay. That says Goku was raised well and has good friends. Goku was not raised well. Are you kidding me? He was a little perverted kid who was, maybe ignorant to all the little perversions he was into, but he was not raised well. He was raised wild. Gohan died early, bro. He was raised wild. He's a wild kiddo. Master Roshi basically raised him, little pervert. I don't know about that. I wouldn't say Goku was raised well. Goku's lucky his friends are okay, but even they're not the greatest people ever. They're not, it's not even about that, guys. It's about enjoying the flawed characters. They're flawed characters. They're not ultimately great people. Master Roshi should be in prison. He's a pervert. He's a pervert. You know what I mean? But we love Master Roshi, but he's a bad man. So again, Vegeta destroyed whole planets. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why we're acting like these people aren't inherently flawed, but then aren't we all? So we are all bad people who are doing less bad every day, and yet we are all good people. But it's really hard to die a good person. You know what I mean? It's really hard to die a really good person. Okay, now, Chad says, how do you set up a society without politics, though, Britt? I don't think we've ever had a society devoid of politics. How do we avoid it? Reminder, if you don't take an interest in politics, it will in you. Okay, so let me show you what's happening to your brain right now. So the question is here. So you're like, how do we do? Okay, so no. So first, okay, here's the universe. And you're like, and here's politics. And you're like, but how do we do life without politics? This is politics right here. Okay? Hello? Why wouldn't you let me? This is politics. Okay? What about the rest of it? What is this? All of life, and you've decided this one little bubble is everything. That nothing exists outside of this one little bubble. Okay? Politics is a tool, and we've evolved over millions of years to utilize it as a way of constructing society, right? The dilemma is that we exist outside of political systems. You exist outside of political systems. Now, in some ways, you must radically accept that we have politics because we can't defy our nature. So how do you work within your nature to have a deeper relationship with it? You go on a journey of extrospection. Right? It's not about living in a world without politics. That's not how you think about it. The question is, how do we live in a world where we accept our nature and also acknowledge our lack of free will? So we have this concept of free will, right? But it's only as real as our ability to do X, Y, Z. So imagine being in front of a person who goes, I have free will. And I'm like, okay, great. What are you doing with it? I'm hitting on teenagers. I'm cheating at work. I'm lying on my resume. I'm stealing food from people. I'm being racist and bigoted and homophobic and transphobic. That's what you use your free will for? Oh yeah, I have free will. I'm choosing to cheat and lie and connive and sneak and do all the that's what you use your free will for? Imagine living in a world where people are like, I have free will. I sniff my butt and smell my fingers. Like, that's what we're doing with our free will? You know what I mean? Like, is that all of it? We have all of this talk about free will, free will, free will, and yet this is the world we created. Because you can't just convince someone to change their mind, can you? If we had free will in the way people think, people wouldn't be as bigoted as they were. They wouldn't. It wouldn't take you this long to get up and do your dishes. With all of your free will, you can't get up and do dishes or 10 push-ups a day. Why aren't you going to the gym every day? Why don't you have a perfect diet and a perfect regimen? Why aren't you doing everything you're supposed to do today? Because you're limited, right? Because even though you think you have free will, you can't even get up and go to the gym today, can you? We only have the relationship to our biological experience, which is manifested in the form of a consciousness, and which we can have a limited relationship with. Okay? This idea of free will is only as real as we accept its limitation. It's not without limitation. You know? And that's what I want you to understand. So politics, you must accept it is what it is. You cannot get rid of it. You can only reform it. And it is going to be a reflection of us. We and the world. The world is a reflection of us as a whole. The world is a reflection of us, all of us. Every single one of us are complicit. We're just all complicit in different levels. Okay? Chet says, how do you define politics? Maybe that stumps people a bit because I think it can be easy to fall into viewing every single action as politics. So then seeing beyond politics is difficult. Politics is a construct based off of government structures, systems, and intervention in relation to creating a cohesive and interactive society between people. So politics is where you build frameworks around what is and what will be the chess pieces on a board. Okay, politics is the game of creating structures around what we call countries, and what we call systems, and how we move people from plan A to plan B. That's how we get our water and do everything like this. So for politics is necessary because it's ingrained in the political government system. And so you have to first reconstruct how you even think about politics or government or anything that it's supposed to do for us. Because we have this idea that the government works for us, then why is it arresting me? If the government works for me, then why is it pinning people to the ground and suffocating them to death? If the government works for me, why is it taking away my ability to have an abortion or get birth control? Right? So you have to think about it. Chet said, I think I get it, Britt, but I think this argument can cause people to avoid politics entirely, which will inevitably bite them in the butt in a world where politics wants to subjugate us actively. You don't get it. You can't get it. Because you're afraid. You're afraid. People are already ignoring politics. Most people are too stressed and too busy to think about it, and they make it incredibly difficult to even pay attention. You don't get it right now, and I don't mean to be combative with you, but if you want to help the seriousness of this situation, then you have got to be serious. You have to really understand what people are going through. They are suffering under the weight of existence right now. And you want them to take the time to go vote when they can't even pay their fucking bills? Like, things are very serious. And I say this as an active voter. I say this as somebody who lives in Europe and finds a way to vote in American elections. It is very exhausting. I say this as a chronically ill person. I say this as an autistic person. I say this as a person who's tired every day of her life. It is very hard to ask people to do all of these things and to pay attention and to understand the nuances and to dedicate so much of their life to this thing that is supposed to be working for them. This thing that is already supposed to be putting them at ease so we can work for them. This government people shouldn't even have to pay attention to politics. It should be working for them. The system should be housing, educating, feeding, and clothing its people. The only reason we even have to pay attention is because they're doing a bad job. But they're doing a bad job as it reflects us, and we are doing a bad job in our life. We are neglecting ourselves. We are not in our joy. We are out of sync with our humanity. All of us, every single one of us. That self-hatred you feel for yourself, that feeling you have where you think you're not good enough, that's reflected in the world. And it's always been that way and will always be that way. Remember, they did not burn witches. They killed women and girls. So we have to remember that this thing that we think, this political thing that we think people just got to get involved in, we need people in politics. We need people to stop killing each other. And we need people to lock in and feed and clothe and educate and house its communities. We need people to care about each other. But first, you got to care about yourself. And you got to stop being jealous of people too. Because I know a lot of people out here are like, well, I paid for my education. Why shouldn't people pay for theirs? You got to let it go. Let it go that other people had it easier than you. And let other people have it easier than you. Everyone should have it easier than you. Maybe this is the immigrant in me, but every new generation should have it easier than you. And you shouldn't brag about the way you suffered. It shouldn't be a pride thing you wear as I suffered more. I had to do this. Look at me suffering. You shouldn't have suffered in the first place. Not in that way. So then, philosophically speaking, we want to suffer wisely instead of unwise suffering. Unwise suffering is bringing about all and most of the issues of the world. We already all have to suffer uniquely because we're animals evolved on a planet, right? But so many of us are suffering unwisely, taking on burdens that aren't ours, not taking on our responsibility. Sometimes people take on the fear of like, this is why nihilists just like, they're in a bad place. If you take on the burden that isn't yours, it will actually stop you from actually being responsible for what is yours. And I know you're avoiding the responsibility because it's really difficult, because then you'll actually have to show up, and then you'll actually have to be somebody, and then your community will actually have to rely on you. So instead of taking on the responsibility, you'll pretend you care about this other thing that's so big, you'll never even have a chance to do anything about it. And then you'll sit there in your apartment and talk about how the world is ending and nothing is fair and everyone sucks and they're coming for all of us and nothing makes sense. But then you're not there showing up in your community. Now, it looks different for all of us, so make sure that you show up in your community in the way that makes sense for your joy. It is going to be different for all of us. But first, make sure that you are not taking on burdens that are not yours, and make sure you are being responsible for the ones that are. Okay? Okay. Discord said the goal of this convo isn't to ignore politics, it's to understand that politics exists, but shouldn't be the end of our perspective. Politics matter because we live in a world where it matters, but also build meaning beyond politics while existing within it. Exactly. Thank you, Discord. Exactly. Okay, let's go back.
When violence takes hold, that that there's something about it that it begins to breach all lines.
Yeah. So
anyway,
I guess
that's part of my reaction too.
I think all of that is
Hold on, Chatter. You said, I really think I do get it, Britt. I recognize politics as a construct as imperfect as humanity itself. Just deconstructing this is crucial. All I'm saying is I don't think avoiding politics helps us. When did I say to avoid politics? If you get it, why are you writing this comment? And I'm going to hold you accountable because, again, I have to show up with my real face. You get to show up with a username. So, okay, no one knows who you are. But everyone's watching me in real time, coming for me, threatening my life, coming out here and streaming every day. So let me tell you this, girly, okay? Where did I say avoid politics? Where did I say that as citizens we shouldn't vote? Didn't I just say I'm an active voter? Where did I say avoid it? We are deconstructing. Deconstruction is not ignoring. It's the opposite. It's examining in detail. We are examining in detail. And we are finding solutions. We're not avoiding politics. When I said you can't be a good politician the same way you can't be a good billionaire, there are 8 billion people on the planet, and a majority of them are not politicians. But we can, if we do better, maybe actually bring people into office who don't have to be ugly and corrupt in order to do something or be there. Okay? We've seen this with Bernie. We've seen this with AOC. If they can't do it in the most ethical way, what chance does anyone else have, right? So we have to pay attention to that. We already saw them. We already saw them fail. In the same way, again, we shouldn't have to in the first place. We shouldn't be having to step around this genocide that's happening to Palestinians. We shouldn't have to make our language better and digestible. We shouldn't have to hesitate to say what we're seeing. So if it means being a politician who can't just come out and say that, because there's quote political, repercussions, then we've missed the mark of what politics should be.
Understandable, but I guess, was silence not an option?
Yeah, silence to me was not grieving with people. I felt it wasn't important as someone who is liberal, as someone who's a voice, that there
Boo, he said he's a liberal, red flag.
are moments like that. Like I really
See,
do
he openly says it. He says, I'm a liberal. Exactly. That's your first problem.
feel, and it's funny because you said something like this in your piece, but it was a little bit more offhanded. That political violence like that is an attack on us all.
Right.
And that in that moment, it creates, for me, even if it's very temporary, that it's important in a moment like that to sort of, come together, to try to see other people in their grief, to try to cool things down just a little bit. I guess, given everything you read that Charlie Kirk said, and we probably don't have very different views on the value of the things he said, why do you think he was winning?
I mean, that's not really hard for me to understand. I mean, if I could just back up for a second, I want to say two things. I published a book 10 years ago, Between the World and Me. And one of the constant reactions to that was that it was overly pessimistic about this country. It was overly pessimistic about the future. Why are you so dark, Ta-Nehisi? Why can't you give us any sense of hope? And the reason I would always say is because any sort of sober examination of the history of this country says that those of us who believe in equality, those of us who believe in respecting the humanity of our neighbors and of everyone, that we're up against some really, really powerful forces of history and powerful narratives. And the implication of that is, however good we felt in 2013, 14, 15, 2008, there will be backlash.
Okay, first of all, exactly. Second of all, Chad says, why do you think he was winning is an interesting question. Exactly. Because Ezra Klein wants to win. That's all politics is about. It's not about what's right or wrong. It's about winning. It's about winning. Discord said, do you think it's okay for someone to temporarily ignore political media when they're struggling with mental health? I think it's imperative. I think good community members go meditate. Good community members do not allow themselves to constantly burn out. You burning out on your community is not what we want. We should have a symbiotic relationship with one another where we tag team each other in and out. Okay? Tag team each other in and out. I can't pay attention this week. I'm going to rely on other people to do it. I'm going to catch up next week. We shouldn't be doing it all. We cannot do it all. That's the point. The difference between individualism and community is that individualists think they have to constantly be on top of everything because there's no one to rely on. As community members, we rely on one another. I don't know everything about everything. I heavily rely on my community to do research. I heavily rely on my community to write books and to give us information and to do podcasts. Like, we can't do it all. And that is what it means to be a part of a community. Take your rest, come back. Rest, come back. Rest. The evil of America right now, and I'll just speak for America, is they are not letting us rest. And it's on purpose. They are on purpose making us exhausted. Because when we are tired, we become more bigoted. We become more resentful. This is absolutely on purpose. Trump is ruining as fast as he can the foundation of anything that might have been considered good in this country, though that's not much, in order to make us so exhausted we cannot care about each other. That's the point. And that's the problem.
People, those of us who were crying in 2008 watching Obama, give that speech, those of us who were so moved by watching him and Michelle and step outside the car and felt so much fear for him. And then when nothing happened, felt so great about that. Those of us who believed that seeing a Black family in the White House mirroring what, some of us felt the best of us was the best that we had to offer. There are other people watching that too. You know what I mean? And I don't take any joy in saying this, but we sometimes soothe ourselves by pointing out that love, acceptance, warmth, that these are powerful forces. I believe they are. I also believe hate is a powerful force. I believe it's a powerful unifying force. And
I think much like our great savior Sailor Moon against Queen Beryl, you can fight the hate with love, but you cannot fight hate with ignorance. And you cannot fight hate with naivety. You can only fight hate with love. Educated, informed, clear love, compassion. And Ezra Klein, he's trying to fight hate with ignorance. And they're going to take advantage of you. But when you fight people with love, you run the probability, the chance of them converting, of them being better, of them shedding their own dark weight upon them, right? So much about this goal is also rehabilitation. So much about this goal is not turning away our parents and our siblings, but loving people so hard that they become better people. Okay? Loving people so hard that they become better people and dying a good person. Okay? Chet said hate wins over love. Hate wins, but not in the way that is helpful or good. It depends on the game you're playing. Liberation does not come through hate. Liberation is the opposite of hate. Liberation is literally the opposite, right? You cannot be hateful and believe in liberation. If you're hateful, you don't really believe in liberation. You might think so because there's hate in your heart, but you're confining yourself to a cage, you know? Chet says you fight hate with you fight hate with hate. This is why the right is so triggered by SJWs. You fight hate with hate. I don't know who you are or what you're talking about. I don't even know what you're saying.
And I think Charlie Kirk was a hate monger.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I really need to say this over and over again. I have a politic that rejects violence, that rejects political violence. I take no joy in the killing of anyone, no matter what they said. But if you ask me what the truth of his life was, you know, and the truth of his public life, I would have to tell you it's hate. I'd have to tell you it is the usage of hate and the harnessing of hate towards political ends.
Then let me flip that question actually a bit. Why are we losing?
We're losing because there are always moments when we lose.
See, why are we losing? See, is this not such a good example? Am I not right? You can't even tell me I'm wrong right now. Politics is about winning and losing. It's not about what's right. It's not about what's good. Ezra is so consumed. He's so consumed. He does not believe in liberation. He just wants to win. Ugh.
See, that feels very fatalistic to me.
It doesn't feel fatal.
Oh, you're so naive. You're so naive. Oh, he's so naive, bro.
To me, it feels like.
Oops, hold on.
Good to be
Whoa,
here, so thank you.
I don't know why that happened. I'm so sorry. Give me a second.
Why are we losing?
Okay.
We're losing because there are always moments when we lose.
See, that feels very fatalistic to me.
It doesn't feel fatalistic to me. It feels like the truth. I mean, and let me express what I mean. I'm Ta-Nehisi Coates. I'm the writer. I'm the individual, right?
Ta-Nehisi Coates is killing it. He's so right. I can see it already. I can see why you guys were excited for me to watch this because I can already see it. He's so right. It's not unrealistic. It's just realistic. It's not fatalistic. It's realistic. It's not nihilistic. It's realistic. Look at Ezra coming in with his silly boy. Well, what if we don't win, though? What if we don't win? It's like, okay.
But I am part of something larger, and I've always felt myself as part of something larger. I have a tradition. I have ancestry. I have heritage. What that means is that I do whatever I do within the time that I have in my life, whatever time I'm gifted with. And much of what I do is built on what other people did before then. And then after that, I leave the struggle where I leave it. And then hopefully it's in a better place. Oftentimes it's not. That's the history, in fact. And then my progeny pick it up and they keep it going. I am descended from people who in their lifetime fought with all their might for the destruction of chattel slavery in this country. And they never saw it. They never saw it. In my personal belief system, they died in, defeat, in darkness, And so I guess the privilege that I draw out of this, the honor that I draw out of this, is not that things will necessarily be better in my lifetime, but that I will make the contribution that I am supposed to make.
Yo, he's so good. You guys are so stupid. If you don't get what he's saying, you are not ready. Oh! Okay, let me explain it. We're all stupid, so I'm not coming at you like that, but listen to me, okay? Nothing we're doing now is for us. It's not for us. It's for them. He's not talking about losing indefinitely. Better to lose and die a good person than to win and die a bad person. Ezra will die a bad person, philosophically speaking, because he's willing to win. And Coates will die a good person because he's willing to lose. We are not fighting today for today. We are fighting today for tomorrow. This isn't for us. This is for people 400 years from now. This is for people 1,000 years from now. This isn't about us. But see how you're so fucking selfish? All you can think about is yourselves. And that's why the world never gets better. Because you're all crabs in a bucket trying to drown each other to get out instead of just helping each other. But because you don't want to look towards the future, you don't want to think about the investment you're about to make, you can't do it. Ugh. He's so right. He's so right.
The fact of the matter is, as horrifying as, that the killing of Charlie Kirk was, and as horrifying as the feeling is, this moment that we are in, an era of political violence, and I don't want to sound flip here, political violence is the norm for the Black experience in this country. It just is. I don't even mean like the Malcolm X, Martin Luther King variety of it, right? Which is the norm too. You would be hard pressed to have a conversation with a Black person in this country that is a descendant of slavery and not have them be able to reach maybe right here or to tell you themselves, look, my uncle, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, they lived in a small town in Mississippi, in Tennessee, in Alabama. They got into some sort of dispute with a white man, and either they were lynched or we had to run. Political violence runs through us. It is our heritage. It
is our heritage. It didn't just get worse or better. I mean, guys, they were hanging people in the streets. Black citizens were hung in the streets. And you're acting like Charlie Kirk dying, one motherfucker dying right now. And you're like, oh my God, it's the worst political violence that's ever existed. You sure about that? Emmett Till was bludgeoned to death. Bludgeoned. Off simply the word of a woman and the action of a man. And nothing happened to those people, by the way. Just a reminder that nobody was held accountable for the death of that little boy. You want to talk about feeling powerlessness as a parent? Okay. Chad said, better to lose and remain a good person, ? Moral, narcissistic nonsense. Honey, you're just not smart enough for this channel, girly. Blocking you. Sorry, Jake. Blocking you, girl. And also your parents named you Jake. Golden retriever much? Anyways, just kidding. We love a Jake. We love a golden retriever. We love you. But you can't handle this conversation, okay? You can't handle the truth, okay? You can't, okay? So all of this to say, I need you to put into perspective how privileged we are to be alive right now, and how if you think it's bad right now, just imagine how good it is. Like, that's the part that I know is really hard for people to understand. America is still better now than it was for our ancestors. Because even though it feels really bad right now, because we go 3 steps back, 3 steps forward, 2 steps back, and we are in the 2 steps back era, and it is very hard, okay? It is still better than when the 2 steps back era was happening for Black Americans, for people 60 years ago. It's better now. Remember that. Remember that we are not dealing with segregation. We're not dealing with the same things that our ancestors were dealing with. Like Black Americans, and this is why I think code speaking is so specific and important right now. It's because he's just a reminder of the history, and he can speak from his own legacy, and that's so important. And I think this is the disconnect we're having, because I know life is hard right now. I don't want you to feel like you're not allowed to feel stressed. Life is really, really hard right now. I just also want you, and this is unwise suffering and wise suffering, okay? Unwise suffering is thinking you are suffering the most. It's thinking this is the worst life has ever been for humanity. Wise suffering is acknowledging your pain and acknowledging that this is a part of being a person in the world, and that to do something, you want to do something with that suffering. Help people, feed people, love people, start with yourself, have it emanate out, right? So you have to remember, okay, that in some weird freaking way, the world's a pretty good place. And we're just in a really bad time of it. We're having a really bad time of it. And that is the cycle of life you will have forever. Forever. This feeling right now, it's going to go away in 20 years, and it's going to come back in 40 or in 60 or in 80. This is the cycle of existence. And every time you bring a baby into the universe, every time you bring a consciousness into the universe, know that you are setting them up for exactly this feeling, exactly this reality, over and over and over again. And it still might be the right choice to bring them into existence. You know?
Good, no. Do we valorize it? Absolutely not. Do we minimize it? Absolutely not. But a life free of it is not a thing that's really in reach in my time.
Sometimes I think that having a historical scope that wide can make the present too deterministic. So to me, I look at the last.
Because it is. You only have so much connection to free will. It's always going to be what it is. It is a bit deterministic in a sense that it will always be what it was going to be, and you will always do what you're going to do. So if you're going to give up now because you think the future is determined, that was always going to be what you were going to do. If you do something about it and you stand up and you're kind to people, that was always what you were going to do anyways. So if you give up because something got hard, you were always going to do that anyways. But it's going to feel like a choice, or it's not going to feel like a choice. But whatever narrative you tell yourself, you can be introspective and deconstruct enough to put one foot in front of the other and make a different decision within the construct of whatever is will be.
Last, 8, 12 years. Mm-hmm. And what I see having happened is we, the coalition I am in, the things I believe in.
Yes, so own it. Exactly, chat. Chat above this chat says, so nothing really matters. No, don't be nihilistic. Chat says, so own it. So own it. Don't pussy out and give it to somebody else. Own it. You don't think anything matters and you're not going to do anything, then own it. Don't blame the rest of the world because you're not getting up today and doing good things. Own it. If you're going to be nihilistic and give up, own that you did that. And that was you. Own it. Because nobody else did that but you. No one else did that but you. And if you're going to be a nihilist and die a nihilist, it was always going to be. What are you going to do? I've already died. As they say, philosophically speaking, I've already died. I've already done what I was supposed to do. I'm just here doing it. But it's already come and gone. Time is an illusion. It's a construct. Whatever was going to happen, it's already happened. I'm not attached to the outcome. I'm only attached to my values and what I'm supposed to do while I'm here, and then I die. It's not about being attached to the outcome. It's about doing the right thing, and the outcome will be the right thing. You're so attached to the outcome that you're going to do the wrong thing. Like Ezra. Ezra is so attached to the outcome that he's doing everything wrong. He's hurting his own cause. If he would just let go, like Coates is doing, he would make a better world.
Lost ground. And people determinedly worked to make that so. Charlie Kirk worked to make that so successfully, right? I think that when he began going to college campuses and putting out a sign at a table, what he was eventually going to build was not obvious, right? I think he worked. I think he was a successful political actor. And I think that from when in 2016, we lost to Donald Trump the first time, very narrowly, won the popular vote, right? And then in 2020, we almost lost to him and began seeing we were losing a bunch of voters we thought we were fighting for, right? Losing more working class voters, losing non-white voters, right? Something was changing, but we won, so okay. And then in 2024, we really got our asses handed to us. And we let a much more dangerous form of politics fully erupt. And I think that reflects strategic decisions they made. I think it reflects decisions we made. So I think for me, it's not enough to say we lost, their backlash is sometimes you lose. I think it requires like a very fundamental rethinking, like a disciplined strategic rethinking of what have we been doing? Why are people preferring this to us? And I do think that is like, it opens up into something more that I think that there is a practice of politics here that in a narrow sense, I was talking about Kirk, but in a broad sense reflects to something that I thought was going to be an argument stretching across the show for like a year, right? I think more of it came out in this than I'd intended probably. But I think in many ways we've stopped doing politics. We've written a lot of people off. And in writing them off, we are losing and we are unable to protect ourselves, unable to protect them, just unable to make good change in the world.
Can you say more about that writing them off, please?
Yeah.
I want to know that too. What do you mean by that?
Why don't we start it here if we want to talk about writing them off? I've been obsessing recently for a piece I've been writing about the Hillary Clinton deplorables comment, and I want to play it.
Did you guys see that musical white artist who talked about, they were in the South rapping and then they were talking about hanging people? Are those the people that were just like, you know what I mean? Like who? Can you explain that? Like who are we losing out on? Who isn't, who aren't we appealing to? Like this is what people have to understand. We are coming to this really amazing growth spurt in history because we are living history. And the question is, do you understand that no matter how much you beg your family to follow you, you have to keep going. Okay, not to bring it back to anime again, but Luffy is a pirate and Garp is a Marine. And when Ace was captured and sentenced to death, Garp couldn't protect his grandson. He had to show up as a Marine first and foremost because that was his choice of priority. He could have chosen to prioritize being a grandpa, but he didn't. Did he? He prioritized being a Marine. And it was Luffy's obligation to go save Ace. Okay? And it was Garp's obligation to protect the prisoner from being rescued. Okay? There's something to be said about when you pick what you're going to prioritize in your life. It will come at the expense of your connections. You have to make sure it does not come at the expense of your connection to self, because the stronger relationship you have to self, I do believe the more good you do. And so Garp was lovable and he had good things, but it is not that he had to be a pirate, because pirates are also bad people. That's the point of One Piece, is some pirates are bad, some pirates are good. Some Marines are good, some Marines are bad. But ultimately, how you choose to prioritize is the point. What is your priority? What is the point? And so we see this with the divide in our families, the divide in this country. The country's division is a reflection of the division in our own families. You're acting like some of us aren't having the same conversations with our families. We can't get our own parents, our own family not to be bigoted. We're trying, we're pulling teeth here. And those same people are voting Trump. Those same people are MAGA. And Ezra's sitting here talking about we're losing votes. Do you understand? And this is why I'm saying, do you have any conservatives in your life? I've worked 30 plus years on my parents. They have never voted for a Democrat. Never. No matter 3 gay kids later, never voted Democrat. Okay? You have to understand, these people are not going to budge. They're not. They've made their decision and they're going to die these people. So you have got to focus your energy on getting young people to be less bigoted. You've got to. We have to do this for the kids. That's the problem with Ezra and all these liberals. None of them are thinking about children. You've got to do this for kids. We've got to make a better world for children. Like Coach said, for the future. We are investing in our future, not in the adults who already exist. Sorry, kiddos, you're adults. Figure it the fuck out. The kids are the ones we need to focus on. And we're not doing that work. We're not thinking about the future. Key, thank you so much for the super chat. As Wise Man said, actions speak louder than words. Then words has less consequences than action, because action has more consequences than words. Due to the event of the CK assassination, RIP, action did happen. Did you just super chat me to say rest in peace, Charlie Kirk? I disagree with the premise that words have less action than less consequences than actions. I think words are actions. I think we're delusional to think words can't be actions. I think we need to be nuanced in how we judge actions and words, and both can be just as dangerous as the other. We know this because your words can cause someone to commit suicide, right? We know this because words can cause riots. We know this because words can cause lynchings. We know this because words can cause rapists be men to be convinced that raping people makes sense because of the way they were taught to view women, right? So we know words matter, because even though your father didn't teach you how to rape a woman, somehow you became a rapist by thinking you were entitled to their bodies, right? So I think it's ignorant, and it will always be ignorant for any grown-up to sit on a microphone and say that words and actions don't both hold extreme and important weight. Okay? So I reject this wholeheartedly, and I'm sick of everybody saying it as a way to play games. It is a game to think words don't matter. It's also a game to think that you can't find the nuance in someone's words and understand when it does matter and when it doesn't. Okay? So I think you're being a little silly right now. I think you're being a kid, right? Thanks for the super chat. Chat says, without being nihilistic, what would I have to worry? Why would I have to worry to make the world a better as an adult that doesn't want kids? You don't have to. None of us, as evolved animals on a planet, are obligated to do anything. And that is your challenge. That is your decision to make. Are you going to exist on your short time on earth helping people, being a good person, trying to be better, or are you going to be what everyone else is, right? Like, you have to choose to care. You don't have to. You're going to die and no one will remember you. No one will remember this. They will be impacted by it, but they won't really remember us individually as people. The same way we don't remember people individually from the past, right? But we are impacting the world. So you have to choose to care. This is why I say it's very hard to be a good person. You have to choose to be a good person. You are not naturally a good person. You have to choose to be one. That's really hard, you know? All right, going back to the interview.
To just be grossly generalistic, you could put half of Trump supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables. Right? The racist, sexist, homophobic, xenophobic, Islamophobic, you name it. And unfortunately, there are people like that.
This is what people said lost her the election. Calling people deplorables. Biggest snowflakes in the world. A group of people that are willing to throw slurs at you but can't handle being called deplorables. This is the irony of humanity. Is they look at liberals and progressives as snowflakes who can't handle speech. A woman calls you a deplorable, it's the end of the universe.
And he has lifted them up. He has given voice to their websites that used to only have 11,000 people. Now have 11 million. He tweets and retweets. They're offensive, hateful, mean-spirited rhetoric. Now, some of those folks, they are irredeemable, but thankfully they are not American.
What do you think when you hear that?
She probably shouldn't have said it.
Do you think it's true?
I mean, it's probably not how I would say it, but, there are things that I would say, I probably would say what I said earlier, in the interview about the force of, and as I've been saying this probably since as long as we've been talking, but I'm not, I just want to be clear about something. I shouldn't be running for president of the United States.
Yeah, I just want to make that abundantly clear. We are not in positions of leadership. There should be a separate standard, okay? There should be a certain standard for everybody running, but Hillary was just as corrupt as the rest of them, so don't think that she isn't. It's just that, there is a standard of expectation that should be had here.
You know what I mean? And my expectations for the rhetoric of writers, intellectuals, journalists, et cetera, is very, very different than what the expectation should be for people who expect to hold office.
Yeah, so I agree with, right? I think that there are different jobs in all this. But when I say we began writing people off, I think that's something that happened. And I think something I saw in this debate, but kind of underneath it, was that the work of politics, of bridging over a lot of profound, fundamental, moral disagreements, I think became somewhat demeaned, diminished. It began to seem like, in many cases, a betrayal to people. The tent shrunk. The people I feel more comfortable with wielding power shrunk. And I think what Clinton was saying there came from somewhere. It came from, the sort of culture that had emerged. It got worse over time. And then I think it really contributed to us losing. And meanwhile, this is why when I say, in that initial piece, there was something that I respected in what Kirk was doing, going in, having debates, using them opportunistically. A lot of people throwing back at me that, he wasn't debating to find truth. Of course he wasn't debating to find the truth. He was doing politics.
Bro, just join a Twitch stream and be a debate bro. Ezra's he's feeling, he's the guy who watches a Destiny stream and he's like, man, I wish I could do what Destiny's doing. You can, girl, get on the internet, start being a debate bro. Go do what Charlie Kirk was doing. You think it's so great? You go to college campuses and and debate 20-year-olds. What are you acting like it's outside of your ability, bro? Go. He's literally like, I wish I could debate 19-year-olds about the Constitution. Go. No one's stopping you. He's such a baby, bro.
He was trying to persuade people. And I've watched on our side, not opportunistic engagement, but a lot of, I would say, counterproductive disengagement.
Would you like to see one of us put up a sign outside of, say,
Is he going to say what I just said?
Some white evangelical church in Alabama, debate me on abortion?
Man, that's so funny.
And then use that content to say such and such smashes, church parishioner here, such and such owns church
I would
parishioner.
like to see.
Oh, he's so good. He's so good.
Would you like
I would like to see people
on
on our side. Yeah, go to evangelical churches, go to places that feel unfriendly, have conversations. And look, I put things up on YouTube. They're fairly successful, not the best of the business. And I don't use, capital letters destroys in them. I think you can do it more aligned to hopefully our value structure, our political approach, our political aesthetic, at least the one that I believe in. I shouldn't overuse the term our here. But we weren't doing that either.
I don't know that we weren't. I know for instance, I have. For instance, I don't know if it's on YouTube anymore, but I received an invitation, for instance, I think about when I went up to West Point and I had to go there and talk about Between the World and Me. I had to challenge them very, very directly.
Okay, here's what you don't understand. Here's what Ezra doesn't understand. Here's what I understand as a person who just to put down a huge boundary with my parents that will not be speaking to them again unless they understand and come to a realization. I will see them at their funeral. Because I spent 30 years since I was a little girl who knew she was gay, trying to be kind and compassionate and loving to my parents with no regret because it was the right thing to do, up until this very moment this week where I looked at them and said, I need to put down my foot now because I've held your hand for too long. I'm going to let it go now. And I'm going to see if you understand that you are on the wrong side of history. I love you. My number is always available to you. You can always call me if you've changed your mind. But this is about a right and wrong that is so obviously simple. And you are on the wrong side of history. And I love you because ultimately, no matter if I spent another 30 years meeting them where they were never going to do the same. And this is what's hard about life. Ezra is in denial that humans are going to human. This is what humanity is. That's why when the Kyle Kalinskis talk about going low and throwing slurs out at Trump as a way to be as low as the Republicans, you're just as shitty as them. Okay? And that's what I'm trying to say to you. You don't need to cut people off, but you need to stop being naive that they're going to meet you where you're at. It has to be a symbiotic relationship. So then you have to put down a boundary to see if they can meet you. And the truth is, they're not going to meet you, Ezra. And the one side that was going to be willing to meet you, you won't meet them. Because you keep trying to play sides with those people. That's the irony, okay? Man, my throat just gave out really bad. Sorry, guys. Okay, so here's what's happening. So we all live in bubbles, and bubbles are perception. We all live in the world. We're communities together, but all of us have a different relationship about what's real, what's good, all that stuff. Now, obviously, since we do philosophy through pop culture, I'm going to make the argument that humans don't have access to objective reality or objective morality. So what we do is through data come to a consensus about, quote, what is real and tangible, even though all things are real, even things that are intangible. So it's a very hard thing to understand in a country where the average reading comprehension is 7th grade. But here we go. Okay. So what we have is the Republican bubble here. Okay, we have the Republicans. We have Ezra, who's like these Democrats. And then let's just say we have the progressives. And then, of course, over here we have, let's just call it the wisdomist people. Okay, a little friend meme over here, the wisdomists, like Joey from Friends. Okay. And what happens is that Ezra goes, hey, guys, we have to build bridges. And so here are the bridges, right? And he is noticing that for some reason, his bridge with the progressives, it's starting to fade away. And they're starting to burn that bridge. And he's like, oh, no, wait, don't burn this bridge. Because what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to make friends with these people over here. And they're like, yeah, but the closer you go to these people over here, the further you get from us over here. And so you become unsafe to us. Because if the goal is to get over here to the wisdomist camp, how are we to become wisdomists if you're going literally away from wisdom? Okay. If anything, you can, if you would like, go behind the Republicans and push them forward, but you cannot go to them. Okay. They are going to pull you down. They're going to rope you and they're going to pull you down with them. So you don't want to do that, right? Because they are heading this way. Okay. So you can't also go this way. You must either come back around and come this way and go and push them this way. But you cannot play their game. You cannot meet them. And now what you can do is you can try to, if you want, is you can try to, to the best of your ability, maybe offer them a lifeline that's even separate, because this bridge is different. This bridge is Ezra's illusion of connection. So what you can do is what progressives are doing. I think what progressives are doing, they're like, hey guys, here's this lifeline. It's right here. You can take it or leave it. And Republicans, they're not even trying to get to it, right? You must understand. But some Democrats are like, hey, I want to get on that. But they stop, like, let's say they stop right here. So they don't go full progressive, but maybe they go a little bit more than just a basic Dem. Okay. And And by the way, these are really reductive ways to explain humanity and the differences and nuances between us, since most Americans aren't even voting, right? So it's not even about being a Democrat or Republican. It's about understanding where they are in general. So as an example, if you take it out of politics, these people don't believe in vaccinations, evolution, gay or trans people. These people believe in vaccinations, gay and trans people, but don't really understand liberation. These people believe in liberation, but don't really understand wisdom, okay? So there's like a difference here between the bubbles. But ultimately, okay, Ezra will start to create a disconnect between the progressives to the point where we will cut off the Democrats because we'll have to. Because the Democrats will keep doing what they're doing, which is somehow making the decision to basically side with the rebel Republicans over the progressives because they think we're asking for too much. You know? And so that's the problem. As long as you think liberation is asking for too much, and I used to be a liberal, so I get it. When I was a liberal, I believed we couldn't ask, like when I was a Republican, when I was a log cabin Republican, when I was 18, 19 years old, and I was a closeted gay kid, I used to think asking for marriage was too much and we should just ask for civil unions. Then when I was a liberal, I thought asking for a quick solution, like a right or wrong, was also wrong. And then I got to the point where I was like, okay, I think it is the wrong way to assume things will happen overnight, but it is always right to die fighting for the right thing. So better to die a good person than to die a bad person who was lukewarm. You know, in Christianity and Catholicism, they call it lukewarm Catholics. Better to die an atheist than a lukewarm Catholic. Do you know that? Do you know that my soul as a confirmed Catholic is more at risk of going to hell than a Muslim or an atheist who never knew Christ in that capacity? Do you know that? According to Catholic doctrine, my soul is more at risk of going to hell because I was confirmed. And I left God after I knew him. I was like 15, 16 when I got confirmed. But you know what I mean? I left the church at 19 formally. And when I, once again, always, you know, they say once a Catholic, always a Catholic. Now that I'm confirmed, if I go and I take people away from the religion, it's even more a blight on my soul, you know? So better to be, you know, an atheist who dies than a Catholic who brings people away from Christ. So all of this to say, I think Ezra is just too lukewarm to do any good. But he thinks it's normal. I hate these comedians. I see them all the time, right? We're the normal people. We're the rational people. I'm a centrist, right? I'm like normal. Oh, extreme left, extreme right. We're the normal people. We're in the middle. So you're in the middle of crazy? Interesting. You would think you would just pull yourself out of it altogether. But instead you put yourself in the middle of crazy. And then you went, that's the answer. See, I think if they're both crazy, then you probably don't want to be in the middle of it.
About what it meant to have at that time Confederate memorials up there, and to, you know, talk about, you know, a Confederate, I can't remember, you know, what the motto is exactly, but basically it's an argument against lying and what it meant, you know, to have that there and have those grand historical lies. I mean, we had a really, really great interaction. I don't know that, you know, I know everybody didn't agree with me. It would never occur to me, and I think it actually insults the dialogue to take that and say, Ta-Nehisi owns West Point cadets.
Do you really not recognize the kind of culture I'm talking about here? Like, really?
I'm sorry, say more. No, I mean, what do you mean?
I think there really was a move towards the sort of approach Clinton is offering here. I think we began to pull back. I really do.
But maybe it would help if you define the
I will define the we,
like,
right? Because I actually think this is a very hard thing about talking about political parties,
right,
because they're diffuse,
right?
It's a lot of people doing a lot of things all at once. But I think of the huge backlash to Bernie Sanders for going on Joe Rogan's show because Rogan was transphobic, right? Such a big backlash that when I defended him, I became myself a Twitter trending topic.
Right.
To Elizabeth Warren for going on Bill Maher's show. Bill Maher's Islamophobic. Right. There were protests at Netflix when they brought on Dave Chappelle. Right. I think there was a politics of content moderation that took hold that was more about enforcing boundaries of what, you know, were and were not ideas we should be engaged with than about engaging with them, again, even if opportunistically. And when I go back to
this is so, what is it, 2010, bro? What is this? Obama's second term? First term as president? What are you, 5? Like, this is like a YouTuber, you know, missing out on that era where we actually thought we were having conversations. Do you know that's what I learned being in the debate bubbles on YouTube? I was like, none of you are having a real conversation, right? Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder, Changed My Mind. None of it is real. That's why Steven Crowder never posts the points or the videos where he loses. Charlie Kirk never posts the videos where he loses the debate because it's not real. It's propaganda. It's bad propaganda. It's like, this is what I'm trying to say. It's like, you got to grow up and realize no one's having a real conversation. You're not even having one right now. Ezra isn't even having one right now. Coates is having a very realistic adult conversation, okay? And Klein is like, yeah, but don't you want to kind of like debate these guys and talk about like ideas and the free market? It's like, what free market? You know, the fact that we even have to debate people's skin color or gender identity, the fact that conservatives are so uneducated, they don't even know the difference between cis and trans people, the fact that they're saying cis is a slur, like, if anything, it's gender reaffirming for them that they exist. It's like, what are you talking about?
Something I was saying to you a minute ago. I am in a process right now of thinking we failed, right? We lost. The loss is having terrible consequences. What do we need to rethink? How do we become competitive again in places where we're not? And I think there is something in here. Do people feel like, even if they disagree with us on some things, that they have a place with us? And
okay. No, you're so stupid. Of course not. They don't want to have a place with you. God, this guy doesn't know any conservatives. Bro, as a person who grew up conservative, with my whole family, I'm telling you right now, they don't want to hang out with you. They are never going to see your side of it. They won't even change their vote for their gay kids, for their trans children. Why are they going to do it for you? You're so stupid. You're so arrogant. You're so narcissistic that the babies they bore from their wombs didn't change their mind. But somehow you are going to make my mother vote Democrat. Sit down, bitch. Like, come on, bro. Their own goddamn kids aren't changing their minds. And you think you're going to come out left field? Men, bro. Men. Okay. Okay, listen. So Ezra's like, oh, wrong color. Hello. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. And then, what color should represent Coates? Okay, so here's Klein fighting with his best friends who want to be friends with him. The Klein Klux Klan. The Klein Klux Klan, okay? Here's the Klein, here's the Klux, here's the Klan, okay? They're all hanging out, okay? Here is, let's see, should I make him, I need you just to be able to see the color on screen. Let's make him like a mahogany. Do you see this color? You do. It's a mahogany. Okay, here's Coates in his little bubble, okay? And he's like, yeah, I'm going to do something different than what you guys are doing because this is a mess. Okay, it's a mess. And we know it's a mess. And so he's over here actually getting shit done, bro. And the hope is at most he comes here and pushes everybody in a direction. But ultimately, the people that are going to go down, the people that are sitting here talking about civil war and killing their neighbors, hi, hello, you crazy? I'm not fighting my neighbors. And I'm telling you right now, Klein is hanging out with people that want to fight their neighbors. And I'm saying, we are not fighting our neighbors. It is not a good thing to be so callous and casual about a civil war. And Coates is like, can we do something else? Can we focus our energy on more grown-up topics? And Ezra Klein's like, yeah, but like, if we don't stop them, it's gonna go faster. Like he doesn't understand. Like, this is messy for a reason. There's no way to even know it's more like this. It's more like this. It's like this. Here are the Democrats and the Republicans. And then here's the rest of us like, hey, are you done fighting? And they're like, no. And I'm like, okay, are you guys gonna get along? They're like, no. And it's like, okay, are you gonna like do something? They're like, no. And I'm like, okay. What are you trying to accomplish there? Like, what are you trying to accomplish? What is there to accomplish with people that can't get past skin color? Now, the only thing you can do, much like a person who knows better than another person, is do right by them, even if they won't do right by you. Okay? So even if the right won't do right by us, we have to do right by them. And that is my challenge for those of you who aren't ready for that. Okay? You must be kind and compassionate, even for people that don't know how to give it back. Okay? That's the real philosophical challenge here. How do I do right by people that wish me dead? How do I do right by people that hate what I am? How do I do right by people because it's the right thing to do, even if it gets me killed? How do I die doing the right thing? How do I die a good person? Because we all will die. Okay? That is a fact. It's always about when and how. And the one thing I want for everybody is the chance to die a good person. Okay? Because there's nothing worse than dying a bad person. And Charlie Kirk died a very bad person. And that's sad. Okay, marinate on that for 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Okay? Marinate on that. Marinate on it. I'll answer questions when I get back if you have any. I'll be right back. All right. Back. Samantha Dragonati, links in the description for the music. All right. Let's go ahead and get back to it. Let me see. Chet said great visuals, like an endless tornado that you can only see once you're out of it, for sure. And I get it. I was totally in it. I was so wrapped in it. You know, I really was wrapped in it. And I thought everything was I thought the world was only going to heal through politics. And I thought, man, we really got to get there. But you have to understand, like, especially with men ruling the world the way that it is, especially with men being trained under the patriarchy, especially with this display of like masculine behavior being like violence, right? Like, look at all the shootings that just happened the last few days. Like, we're not really getting down to it. We're not really fixing the problem here. Men are suffering, and they are taking out their suffering on us. What is Trump except a suffering man who's making us all pay for his insecurities? What is Putin except a suffering man who's taking out his insecurities on the rest of us? What's North Korea except an insecure man taking out his pain on us? It is not just because they were born men. It's because they were raised as men and conditioned as men and told that the only way to be men is to be violent. This is what you call politics. This is politics. And it is like a symptom and curse of the patriarchy that we have to engage with it. Okay? And all of us are upholding it. And all of us who think we're so smart in our rooms, behind our computer screens, for 8 billion people, we know what to do. All these people in politics, they don't know what to do, but we know what to do. If it's political, you don't know what to do. We only know what to do in a very small way. And if we collectively got together and brought all of our small ways together, it would become a really good big idea. Now, not one single person has the answer, right? We must all contribute to the answer, weed out the bad, keep the good, and make an actual solution out of that good. Okay? They think violence is gender affirming care. It feels that way. It does. It feels that way. It feels like some people think like violence is gender affirming care. You know? That's the problem. That's really the problem. Chat said, how do I die a good person? What does that look like for my day-to-day? It looks like harm reducing, thoughtful, kindness, compassion, making sure to do right by people, and just, you know, being a little less bad every day. But really, you have to ask yourself then, in which way am I doing bad? Look, it's really hard to wake up and be like, in which way did I do bad today? How can I do a little bit less bad today? Right? And that's the thing, right? Yeah. All right.
My experience going around the country talking to people, I've been on a lot of, right of center podcasts
Oh,
lately.
hold on. I didn't turn it back up. Sorry. It was probably really low right there.
Do people feel like, even if they disagree with us on some things, that they have a place with us? And my experience going around the country talking to people, I've been on a lot of, right of center podcasts lately, is that, rightly or wrongly, like what they took and something that really empowered Trump in the last election was a sense that they didn't. And like we were against them. And if so, they were going to be against us. And I think that's in the end doing politics badly.
So I think two things. I think
I'm going to block you, Chatter. You said, aren't the LGB defecting from the TQIA? The flag is irrelevant. Absolutely not. Hiding you from chat. And I know this is, a politics in this stream title, so people who aren't my normal audience will come in and chat. But liberation is for all of us. Period. Okay? Period.
I think about how much you argued that like Biden shouldn't run again. What if he doesn't earlier and you have a Democrat who wins the presidency? Like the other big explainers that I can see for it, you know what I mean? That don't feel so diffuse. The other thing is, and I know you don't want to talk historically, but, when you say fatalism, like I take that to mean that what's the point of fighting? But I think that misapprehends the philosophy here. It's not that you know what's going to happen. It's not that you know Donald Trump is going, it's that you don't underestimate what you are up against. It's actually kind of the opposite. I mean, man, you yourself wrote these articles about how high the level of racial resentment was. That this country, or some segment of it, was so, as the term was used at the time, racially resentful. I call it racist, but that it flooded down to Barack Obama's dog, Bo.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
That's not a small amount of power. Like that's not a small force. And so, just really quickly getting back to Charlie Kirk, like I would watch those clips of him saying those things, man, and I would see how people would cheer and get charged by it. People get activated by hate. It's a very, very, very strong force. And so I don't think it requires you to feel.
well, it's interesting that Ezra wants him to engage in hate, right? He wants him to be, he wants to write, Coates pawns the right. Coates battles KKK member in the realm of ideas and wins. It's like he wants him to be hateful. It's what Kyle Clancy said when he called Trump a fat R word. He wants us to engage in the hate that he sees the Republicans using to win, but it wins because they're hateful. Republicans can use hate to win because they're hateful. Now, the things the Democrats do is the Democrats don't use love. They try to trick people. Gavin Newsom, Pete Buttigieg. These are the two men you want us to vote for? Biden couldn't even fight for Palestinians. This is your best Democrats? They're not even the party of love. They're not even the party of compassion. So of course, they're pussies. They're half in, half out. Pussies in the derogatory, non-female, non-patriarchal, non-misogynistic way. Meaning afraid. Meaning like scaredy cats, okay? Not as it relates to females, whatever that means. What is a female, really? Okay? As it relates to cats. They're scaredy cats. I'm going to say scaredy cats. That's better. They're scaredy cats. So they hesitate, and that hesitation is icky. It's like when you're dating a person and something bad happens and they hide before protecting the kids. It's like you're at a school with another adult and the adult hides before protecting the kids. You know how you get a big ick? That's the Democrats. The Democrats protect themselves before anybody else. And the Republicans, they use that hate to make people feel like they belong. That's what it is. The Democrats give me the ick. Like a boy I'm not going to call back. Or like a girl who's MAGA. Woo. Girl. Nothing more ick than a lesbian MAGA. You know what I'm saying? No.
That you will eventually lose. On the contrary, I think it requires you to feel that even if you do lose, you have this kind of steadfastness. You know what I mean? To keep going.
In today's super competitive business environment, the edge goes
T-Mobile
is, and I think I really saw it.
by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
So I think this is a great point. And I think I really saw it, in some ways more in Trump's first term, but I see it now too, which is the worse from your perspective, my perspective, the other side gets, the more people want their reaction to sort of be, and their strategy to be emotionally consonant with how they're feeling about it. Because these people are so bad, there can be no quarter, right? I had somebody we both know, I'll say an eminent academic of one form or another, email me after these pieces and just say to me, like, we are not on the same side anymore, right? What I was doing was too far, right? Like we are just not on the same side, if I can say these things. I have a feeling right now that we are closer to genuine national rupture, certainly even in my lifetime, right? The idea that this experiment, that America could topple into something else, into something much worse, into some kind of new extended regime, feels...
It's your fault. Liberals it's everybody's fault. First of all, it's everyone's fault. Because we're all responsible for the world and what it looks like. We're all responsible for Amazon getting big and billionaires being created. We're all responsible for how we participate in the universe. All of us are responsible. Okay, now that that's settled and we all take responsibility, some of us who have decided to fight for positions of leadership are more responsible for the way that they've conducted themselves, okay? So they're a little bit more responsible. And the responsibility comes from not giving us and what the country needed a very strong, this is it, our way or the highway attitude. Funny enough, Ezra has a good intuition that we shouldn't have been supporting Hillary Clinton deplorables. We should have gone more strong on our values, period, and given people something to look forward to. But Democrats haven't fulfilled promises. And because Democrats haven't fulfilled promises, we have no reason to believe in them. And they have the obnoxiousness to come at us now with the world the way that it is and pretend that they care. So again, they should have come out stronger and bolder, and they should have, you know what they should have done? Encourage people to come be with them. Come to our towns, live in our areas. And by the way, we should not be ignorant to the fact that liberal cities are more expensive than conservative ones. That if you want to live somewhere that's affordable, even though especially if you work remote, you're probably going to want to live somewhere conservative. So let's not pretend that these things are not like, they're very complex, right? Conservatives have less infrastructure, less education, less money to put into their communities. People aren't making as much money. And at the same time, liberals who make all this fucking money, okay, these tech bros, vote MAGA the minute their companies are threatened by billionaires. So again, we have this issue where we're not even making these places that should be safe havens even affordable for people. And then on top of that, we're not distributing, money the same way everywhere. People are neglected. Schools are being defunded, right? Turning Point USA has its little grubby hands in the school system right now, and everyone's just letting it happen. So again, all of this is the strategy of corrupt politicians, which is why no one trusts a politician. And yet some of them are willing to die on the hill of supporting their favorite politician. So can you be a good person and in politics? Probably not. Because you're willing to let schools get defunded, school lunches get defunded, kids not having the right education for the sake of you getting elected or not elected, depending on how you're playing your fucking little winning game. How weird is it that children's school lunches became political? Exactly what politics does. Politics cannot be the answer for humanity. It is a symptom of our sickness. It is a symptom of our lack of introspection, the way our structures work.
Very real to me, right?
And what Coates said about it being about history, exactly. The fact that he said, I don't know if Klein wants to talk about history. Yeah, because he's had the luxury of being very separate from history.
I remember when I was on the Why We're Polarized book tour.
I interviewed you for it.
You
I
did, yeah.
remember.
The end of that book is this recitation of what happened in the 1960s, the political assassinations, the violence in the streets, like what the state was doing, what was happening. But on the book tour, what I would say is my nightmare scenario is that level of violence and fracture with these kinds of parties, where politics is not for all of its flaws, a calming force, because like the views are diffuse across the two parties, but an accelerant. And I think we're much more now in the world I was fearing. Okay, so I think it should make you think, okay, what is some kind of de-escalation before you get to rupture look like? But the other is that there are a lot of people who live in places we used to win not that long ago. So I've been thinking about Obamacare. When Obamacare passes, there are Democratic senators in Arkansas, in Louisiana, in West Virginia.
You know what the problem with that was, though? I was paying $300 to $400 a month for health insurance as an independent contractor and still ending up with a $16,000 bill. What good was that? Versus in Croatia, where I live now, Dobar dan, I pay $80 a month for universal health care and I don't walk out with a bill. Okay? So make it make sense that these systems we put into place are still not affordable. Even recently, when I lived in Arizona before I moved to Europe, they wanted to quote me $800 a month to cover my basics with a $10,000 deductible. How does that make sense? How does that make sense? Okay? So again, like America is too rich to be this expensive for people. It's literally like that movie Robots. I tell you, it's the movie Robots. You know what I mean? Isn't that funny how we can make all this art about our world and not do anything about it? Okay, we've got to figure this out, but we have enough infrastructure and money to do it. We just don't want it. The same way white people wanted welfare until black people were going to benefit, y'all don't want to see people happy. You resent the idea that people might be fed and clothed. And that's why it's so deplorable.
In Missouri, in Indiana, in North Carolina, in South Dakota, in North Dakota. And I've been thinking that I think for a lot of us, to twist the line about capitalism, it has become easier to imagine the end of the country than winning a Senate seat in Missouri or Arkansas. And I think that's
Okay, Chatter, you got to grow up. You said disagreement is natural, but violence is never justified. Violence is also natural. Everything we do is natural. You said we talk about the danger of justifying harm against people we disagree with if we allow violence on political speech. No one is safe. No one is safe anyways. It's never been safe. No one's ever been safe. That's what we're saying. It didn't stop or start being safe. It's always been unsafe. The problem is bigger than this idea that it just started now. You all are so Israel right now, October 7th. You think October 7th was the beginning? And the same way you think Charlie Kirk was the start. Oh, how you do not know your history. So easily convinced that this just started with Charlie Kirk. You think police beating protesters up isn't political violence? You think cops being deployed to cities and military officers being deployed to cities to beat up protesters isn't political violence? You think people haven't died? You think people haven't suffered? You think people didn't die years later and then were counted as some other death? Again, it's always been this way. The point is, it's a bigger issue than a zoomed in lens of like, you shouldn't be hurt because of your political opinion. Your political opinion is creating policy that is going to kill people. We've already had people be killed because they couldn't get abortions. Women have died because they couldn't seek out medical care. So what are we talking about here? Who's going to be held accountable for that death? Nobody, right? Because it was just words. It was just policy. Your policy is killing people.
problem.
Yeah.
So yes, we all want to bring down violence as a necessary means. And we don't need violence, but we are violent as creatures because we're evolved animals on a planet. We are violent. So we have to be introspective to be less violent. It is our nature to be violent. So we have to have a deeper, better relationship with our nature.
I think a couple things about that. First of all, I just want to bring in the historical perspective. Not that long ago, I can remember when Obama won. And I believe you would remember this too. And there were all of these pieces about the end of conservatism and the end of the Republican Party. You don't know how it's going to go. Nobody really, it doesn't mean you shouldn't think about how it's going to go. I'm
Yeah.
not saying you shouldn't, but no one really, I mean, again,
And in 2005, there were all these pieces about the end of the Democratic
Yes,
Party,
there was.
right? Democrats had lost touch with the heartland.
Yeah.
Right? They were never going to get it back.
That's right. And so I think it's always like important to keep that in the background. Look, I have, just in terms of bridging gaps and everything, I have a basic level of respect that I accord to everybody. You know what I mean? I want to say what I have to say. I don't want to shrink back from it. You know what I mean? But I do think on a basic level, there's a respect that has to be had for people that I disagree with, right? At the same time, I recognize that part of my audience, and I would say an important part of my audience, is people who have never enjoyed that respect. You know what I mean? People who, in fact, are subjects of the kind of hate that Charlie Kirk was harvesting. And I can't ever, A, contribute to making them feel like they've been abandoned. And B, I can't ever stand by and watch somebody do that. And in the name of unity or whatever, act like that's not happening. Because there are real consequences. And so it's like, when I read his words towards trans people, Jesus. When I read, you know what I mean, the language towards Haitians specifically, which was very, very, Haitians will become your masters.
Oh,
if you don't
God.
like Trump. I mean, this is very, very familiar to me. You know, it's this idea of Haitians coming into the country or immigrants raping your daughters. I mean, this was really, really, really dark stuff. It's at the core of this country. And so I feel like for Haitian immigrants that are in, Ohio, who are living under the weight of this, for trans kids who, you know what I mean, are dealing with, being, I don't even want to use the term bullied, beaten up, attacked, threatened. You know what I mean? It's very, very important to me, given the post I have, to say I see you, but also this dude was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm all for unifying, I'm all for bridging gaps, but not at the expense of my neighbor's humanity. I just can't.
I think the thing we go to there,
Beautifully said, 100%. No notes. Beautiful.
right? Not at the expense of my neighbor's humanity. Because I've gotten a lot of that in email, right? Like, how am I supposed to talk to these people? How am I supposed to deal with these people who are denying my humanity?
Again, talk to your Republican neighbors. Charlie Kirk was not my neighbor. He does not represent my neighbors. He is unlike my neighbors. I've never met somebody like Charlie Kirk except in political bubbles, because my neighbors are not Charlie Kirk. My neighbors might have supported Charlie Kirk. My neighbors might think they like Charlie Kirk, but my neighbors, didn't become Charlie Kirk. They don't actually make a living spouting hateful comments. They just think it in their homes, which is a little bit better, but not much better. Okay? My neighbors didn't do this, okay? And that's kind of the point. Is my neighbors, I'm happy to feed and clothe. I'm happy to feel sad if they die. I will mourn a Republican neighbor so fast because I know them. It's Steve down the street or Sandra or whoever, okay? Who's Charlie? Charlie is a man who dedicated his living, the way he makes money, at the expense of other people. Hard to kind of mourn that.
I was talking to him about it. I'll talk to you very clearly.
Yeah, sure.
I have no problem with that.
I guess the place where I'm not even 100% sure if we disagree, if you just like sort of see your role differently, right? I think that in losing as badly as we have imperiled trans people terribly.
Oh, shut the front door. Do not talk about us. You don't know anything about us. Ain't no way this man knows anything about us.
Yes.
Politics is for power.
Joe Biden did that.
Politics is for power. And so I think that the question I am just genuinely struggling with isn't how to have like
I like how we criticized Joe Biden. That felt nice.
a great kumbaya moment. But I think it is taking seriously that something we're doing is not working. I mean, I had Sarah McBride, who's the first trans member of Congress on the show. And, we were talking about every single survey you can offer on like trans rights has gone in the wrong direction in the past couple of years, right? We've just begun to lose that argument terribly. And that has put people in real danger. So I take your point when you say, look, I want people to feel seen in my writing. And I want people to feel.
Somebody said, some Republican on TikTok was like, why did drag queens only read to children and not homeless adults? And Bob the drag queen was like, hey, because children can't read and homeless adults can. And I was just like as a person who was a professional nanny and took kids to story time at the library, hello? Okay? It's like they don't think. Like they don't put it together. They don't think like, why do we do anything for children? because they can't without adults until they can. And even when they can, they still like being read to, but just like think about it. What do you mean? Unhoused adults don't need people to read to them. They need people to clothe and house and give them opportunities for work and mental health. Like, they don't need us to read Bob, some Bob goes to the supermarket. You know what I mean?
In my writing and my podcasting. But I think the place I'm trying to push towards is I think that there is a diminishment of the political coalition building that we now need to do because we have.
Also, can I just say, because chat, you're right, says Charlie Kirk's job was to make neighbors unreceptive to these discussions, which is exactly why Klein's suggestion is stupid, because he believes in the way that I used to when I was naive, believed that if you went in good faith and had these conversations, that you would somehow look good at the end of it. You have to understand, debating is like a drug to these people. People will say Charlie Kirk was a bad debater. He's not there in good faith, y'all. He's not there to do anything more than to sound good enough to win his base over. And even when he sounds bad, they're still going to back him. That's why talking to Charlie Kirk was ridiculous. That's why Hasan is a bad person when he engages with Charlie Kirk. That's why I'm very critical of Hasan from a progressive lens. Why was he 2 weeks away from talking to Charlie Kirk on stage and debating him? For what? For what? What is the point? What is the point? What are you doing that for? But there is this belief, the debate bros believe it, the streamers believe it, all the boys, notice the gender part here, people raised as men, believe that if they keep talking to KKK members, they're going to convince David Duke to give up the cloak. And they're not. You're not going to be the one. I'm sorry you think you're so fucking cool and so fucking perfect that you're going to be the one. They literally are sitting here like, I'm the one. I'm the one who's going to do it. You're not. You're not the one. Okay? But they do. They're narcissistic enough to believe they're the one. And Klein is too. He is so convinced, okay, that he could do it. Well, then go do it. Go on your college campuses, go in front of churches. Go do it. And see how you feel after 100 debates and not one single person cares. And I know some people in the audience are like, Brittany, debates really helped me. The debate didn't help you. You were just in the right moment at the right time to receive the information. It could have been a book. It could have been a movie. It could have been something else. The debate was just the tool, and the right timing was just like, it was what it was. But it's not really the debates. Most people go to debates the way people went to go see the gladiators. Die. Okay? It's not. It's gross. It's gross.
Come to the view that a pretty wide variety of people are in some ways kind of deplorables. I think it's weakened a bit in the last couple of years.
I would never use that language. Jesus Christ.
But
like I said, so when you ask me about that Hillary Clinton, that's what, like, I would never say it like that.
That's great. I think it's good that you wouldn't say it like that, but I'm not saying.
I don't even think that, by the way. Like, right. I don't even focus on people. Look, I am at war with certain ideologies and ideas, and I want them expunged. I want to turn them into phrenology. That's what I want. But I don't want the people, you know what I mean, out. Like when you start talking about
right, I want people to be dignified. People who happen to be Republican, their life still matters. People who happen to be bad people, their life still matters. Charlie Kirk's life still mattered, but his death didn't. His life mattered more than his death. If he was alive, he maybe would have had a chance to be a better person. And now he will never have the chance to be a better person, and he will have died and forever been a bad person. That's why people on death row don't want to die. Most people do not want to die. They want a chance at a better option. Now, there are realities in which people are ready to die, and that is dignified, and that should be supported because I believe in universal healthcare in life and death. Okay, but like the reason we have hope for humanity is because we know we're good people, and if we're good people, other people are good people. We don't want bad things to happen to our Republican neighbors because they're Republicans. I don't want bad things to happen to anybody. I want to make that abundantly clear. In my ideal world, nothing bad happens to people. But the world is a reflection of us as a whole. And so when bad things happen, it is a part of our relationship with ourselves. Okay? And so we have to be very focused on that.
People are in their bones like that.
But Ezra's not understanding that people are not here to change their minds. Most people are not curious. Ezra's not even curious. Please note, Ezra does not see or understand what Coates is saying. He doesn't see him. He doesn't get it. And if he can't get somebody who's, quote, closer to his side, and he has the audacity and the ego to think he understands the conservatives, he hasn't accepted that a lot of these people he thinks he's trying to meet in the middle are never going to meet him in the middle, but they're more than happy to have a burger with him, which is fine. To some extent, I'm happy to have a burger with my Republican neighbors. But also, to make it clear, I don't want them to think I love their Republicanness. And I wanted to make it clear, and I did this with my family recently, that this isn't a difference of politics. This is a difference of deep ethics and morals, personal morals, and the ethics would impact society. We are not having open with boundaries relationship because I don't want to see you. I want to see you so badly, and I want to hang out with you so badly, but it cannot come at the expense of my mental health. And if every time we hang out, you have to make it clear that you think being trans and gay is worse than being a child predator, then we can't hang out. And I still want those people to be fed and clothed and educated and cared for. And that's the world we live in. That's how Trump got elected. They were more than happy to elect a predator because at least this predator is going to take down trans people and gay people and abortions, right? And that's what's so devastating. Looking at a person who really thinks they're doing the right thing, basically vote for your death and vote for your rights to be taken away. It is what it is, you know?
So in a way, I'm not sure. I mean, in a way, I think we're saying something not too dissimilar here.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the place where I felt a lot of pushback, and maybe this was not your pushback, right? Was, you know, the first piece I can just sort of, like, I accept that there's a disagreement on like what to do in the 24 hours after a death. Like, you feel like I was whitewashing the guy, and I felt like I was sort of. Yeah, I know you do. I know you do.
It's very upsetting.
I know you do. The second piece I did, which I think you saw, was more about this question of what are we going to do living here in sort of two types of disagreement, right? One with a right that has, where Charlie Kirk has become sort of the center of it, right? He's not unusual for the MAGA coalition. He's a sort of uniting force within it and the kind of things he believed and the way he did his politics. And then two, what are we going to do? Like, how are we going to be here with people who are like halfway there, right? What does it mean to be in this political community together? What do you think about that question?
About how to live together?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I think it's a truth. You know what I mean? I think it's a, you know, like it's a foregone, like we are. I really, really believe that, you know? There's no real choice about this. You know, I'm not renouncing my American citizenship. They're not renouncing their American citizenship. So this then, you know, as far as I'm concerned, is a contest of ideas and narratives. Again, all I can go to is my role as a writer. And my role as a writer is to state things as clearly as I possibly can, to make them in such a way that they haunt, to state truths, and to reinforce probably the animating notion of my politics. And that is that all humanity is equal and is worthy of that, you know? And I actually think all of the sort of political and policy positions are, you know, that I probably find myself in sympathy with are attempting to affect that, you know, in the real world. And so, and again, I'm putting aside your piece, but I'm just you know, thinking about the moment we're in. When I hear or see people who are honored and commemorated in such a way so that they almost become a national religious figure, and then I see their content, and I see that their content is actively destructive to humanity, I have to draw a line there. Like, I think, like, for me, like, the bigger question is, where are the lines? You know what I mean? And I think there's no problem with saying, listen, you can't hurl epithets at people. You're out if you do that. I'm sorry. Look, you want to have a debate about whether we should have affirmative action, you know, in colleges? I'm here for it. You want to have a debate?
What does it mean to be on the other side of the line?
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
What is it? So once somebody's on the other side of the line,
right? What
does that mean for you?
For instance, once you think it's okay.
No. Yeah,
I'm trying to make this concrete.
Yeah, no, I am too.
Yes.
Once, for whatever the definition of the line is.
Right.
What does it mean for you for somebody to be on the other side of it? Right? Not somebody who just died.
Right.
But somebody still living.
Right. If you think it is okay to dehumanize people, then conversation between you and I is probably not possible.
And so what do you do with the fact that so many people think that is okay?
I think what you try to do is, again, this is the difference, right? Like, I don't necessarily have the crystal ball to say that in this time, I'm going to be able to convince a majority of people that, for instance, let's just take the thing that's hot right now. Trans folks are human beings and deserve humanity. Although I think most people know that you shouldn't say what he said. Like, that shit is rude. It's just rude to talk to people like that. And I think most people know that. So as I'm thinking my way through the question, I actually think that's not a hard line to draw. I think not calling people out of their name, I think that's actually a basic value that most people have. And I think people who think it's not, who are pushing that, are actually themselves on the other side of the line.
But so
Okay, so you know how I've been talking about changing my language and changing how I talk and growing up. By the time I'm 40, I'm trying to grow up here as I head into my 40s, you know? I'm trying to prepare myself. A big part of what I'm trying to prepare is this, that if the requirement of us being good to one another is when we're discussing these issues, using humanizing language and using compassionate language is a requirement, I would rather live in that world. And then, of course, you know, we're not talking about what you talk about in your homes. We're not talking about how you talk to your friends. We're talking about in situations in which we're really discussing humanity. If the requirement is that we're not going to use language that is even joking, that is even inappropriate, that is even like even a your mom joke, I'm happy to sign up for that conversation. Okay. Because at the end of the day, a lot of our humor is a part of our defensiveness. Part of our humor is to feel good in front of something that feels crazy to us, right? And so, yeah, if we want to have conversations about the humanity of people, then we have to start with the realistic divide in front of us, which is, I agree with Coates here that everybody is valuable and humanity deserves dignity. And we are dealing with a community that doesn't believe that. My own parents said to me in the most genuine way you could ever imagine, I love you, but promoting trans and gay people is worse than being a child predator because you are acting like it's normal. And I said to them in the most compassionate voice ever, I love you, you are wrong. You are on the wrong side of history and you are standing by something deeply unethical. When you have changed your mind, or when you have taken the time to think about this, my door is open. Until then, I will see you later. And if that time never comes, I will see you at your funeral. And I think that was the right thing to do with compassion and love. I love you. You're wrong. I love you. You're wrong. Instead of sitting there at the table acting like, oh, that's grandma. That's mom and dad. That's this. I love you. You're wrong. You're wrong. And you need to accept that you're wrong if you want people to come together. But we are Ezra Klein in this conversation is really struggling to realize he's wrong. But he is wrong. Ezra, I hear you. You're wrong. You're wrong. And he is wrong. And I think Coates is much more right. And I think that this conversation 30 minutes in is so displaying that so perfectly. One wants to win and one wants to do what's right. And I'm on the side of what's right. I don't care about winning. I don't care about legacy. I don't care about being famous or rich. I care about doing what's right. And that should be the answer. We should be doing what's right.
I want to hold on this for a minute because I do think this is like a very
and that's
core
different
question.
from policy, Ezra.
Yeah, I understand it's different than policy.
That's different than policy.
I think that one just reality is the president of the United States is a person who in his comportment as a human being on the public stage, I would have said in 08, in 12, in 16, should be on the other side of the line.
Yeah.
I think he's a person who does not act with any sense of public or even personal decency.
Right.
And then he won in 16.
Was it public decency for Bill Clinton to sleep with an intern and take advantage of his position as president and then to talk about Monica Lewinsky like she was the worst person on the planet and for Hillary to stand by that marriage and never apologize to Monica Lewinsky for the way the whole country treated her? Was it dignified and presidential for Joe Biden to stand by a genocide and do absolutely nothing to help Palestinians? Chet said, how do we unite with hateful, unhealed Nazis? Well, we don't. Okay. If you're working at a soup kitchen, you don't ask somebody if they're a Nazi before you feed them. But if you're a Nazi running the food kitchen, you might not feed a brown person, a black person, a Jewish person, a gay person, a trans person. And that's the difference. The difference is that when we give out food, we give it to everybody with mouths. And when they hand out food, they ask you who you are first, or they notice who you are first. You don't unite with Nazis, you feed them. You don't unite with them, you educate them. You don't unite with them, you love them. You don't unite with them, you care for them. You house them. You treat them with the love and dignity they could never give back to you. And it's not just Nazis. It's anyone who's adjacent, anyone who's in that area. I don't ask people their political affiliation before I feed them. I just feed them. And that is the difference. I don't brag, like I grew up with a mother and father who used to brag, like, we've let your gay friends come over. Okay. I just give people food. I don't ask them their political affiliation. I don't ask them their sexual orientation. Okay. Now, there is a difference, and I want you to hear me, between being in communion, building a relationship, being intimate with somebody who is a Nazi or Nazi adjacent. Okay? When we're talking about feeding people and not asking if they're Nazis, it's because that's the right thing to do. The other right thing to do is not marry a Nazi. The other right thing to do is not have kids with a Nazi. The other right thing to do is not date a Nazi. Okay? Right? Chat says it just hurts to be the one who gives. I've decided not to talk about politics with people. That's fine. Be open with boundaries. Put your boundaries down. Your mental health matters. You don't have to do everything. You don't have to be this perfect monk or this perfect nun or this perfect whatever who does perfect things at all times. Do what makes sense for your joy. Maybe the best thing you can do is not talk to people. Maybe the best thing you can do is talk to people. Maybe the best thing you can do is just wave at people and say hi. Okay? We all have a different role to play in humanity, but ultimately, no matter the role you're playing, I can only ever hope that it is a role that harm reduces, whatever capacity it shows up as. Okay? That's all we're aiming for.
Lost sort of narrowly in 20 and then won in 2024. And I think the thing that has led to for me is recognizing that I don't get to draw the line. Now, it doesn't mean I don't have one in my own heart. But I think that is the thing that I am struggling with, which is not only is he clearly for most people, or a lot of people, plurality of the voters in the last election, not somehow way over the line, but that means it's a lot of people who are willing to accept things that I thought we would have found unacceptable. If you had told me, I would have thought that the way he acts in public is unacceptable, and it's not. And so I think for me, and this goes back to maybe the culture that you feel didn't exist, but I feel did, that there was a view that we could sort of work with politics with drawing these lines, that there were people going to be inside them and outside them, and we could work that way. And I think that I am working with the question of what happens if you don't believe that, if you don't control the line.
Guys, I don't know how to tell people this, right? Because Chad is saying, I feel like winning is a completely different conversation, but I see that Ezra's motivation, but the left can win, just need better, more persuasive candidates. We don't need to convert everyone. Okay, if you're new to my channel, we do philosophy through pop culture. We're reviewing the bubble to see the flaw in humanity, to see the flaw in ourselves. We're holding up a mirror. It doesn't matter how many progressives you put in office. You think it matters, right? For the people, it would have made it a little easier, but in the long term, it won't matter. Coates is arguing long term. Okay, I am arguing long term. It will not matter for the next 50 years if you put progressives in, if it is going to swing back around in 80. Why does it swing back in 80? Why do we go in cycles? Why can humanity not figure it out for the long term? Why don't we get it? That's the bigger question. And how much of you is going to radically accept that we're not going to get it, and you still have to do the right thing without the attachment to winning? That's the point. You have to do the right thing because it's the right thing. Now, I don't believe in objective morality. So you might be asking, well, Brittany, if you don't believe in objective morality, what do you mean the right thing? Well, that's the question. In my mind, I think there might be a universal objective direction that we call morality, but I think it seems to be clear to me that human beings flourish and do the best in situations in which they feel safe, regulated, centered, seen, understood. And if we can create a world in which people feel those things, generally speaking, I think the world would naturally be better, and that could sort of create an illusion of objective morality. It seems to be when humans feel betrayed, they're, low trust societies, they're constantly paranoid, they doubt safety, they just act badly. Fear is the root of all evil. We do really bad things when we're afraid. Okay? We're really bigoted when we're afraid. We're hateful when we're afraid. We're constantly being like, we feel like we're being watched when we're afraid. So I want people to be less afraid. And so I want them to feel reassured that their neighbor is going to help them if they need it, or that we are not going to hurt each other because we think differently, but we're also not going to hurt each other with our thoughts. That we are not going to sit there with negative thoughts about our neighbors because of their skin color or their orientation or their gender. That your actions and your words both matter. They matter in different ways in different circumstances, but the same way I don't want you to be, killed for your opinions, I also don't want you to live with nasty thoughts about people. Again, it's very hard to be a good person. May, welcome to Memberships. Happy to have you here. And that's the problem. Okay. We have got to, if you want, again, I'm not making a prescription. P.S. If you're new to my channel, I don't make prescriptions. I make suggestions based off of desired outcome. If you want the world to be a better place, you got to be a better person. If you want the world to be a less bad place, you got to be a less bad person. If you want the world to be humble, you got to work on your humility. You and I and the world is a reflection of us as a whole. All of us. The world didn't just happen because of those people over there. It's all of us together. Okay?
What I see is any...
No. Chat says treat others how you want to be treated. No. Treat others the way they want to be treated in dignity. Because the world doesn't revolve around you. See how narcissistic that is? Treat the world how you want to be treated. I don't want to treat the world. I don't want you to treat me the way you want to be treated. I want you to learn who I am and see my humanity and treat me the way I'm asking based in dignity. The world always circles it and centers it around themselves. You have got to start thinking outside of yourself.
line that existed at all collapsing. So I'm watching like Holocaust revisionism on like the biggest right-wing podcasts.
Right.
Yeah. And as a Jewish person, he should know better, okay, how they're going to rewrite history. And again, I don't mean to speak for Black communities, and I won't really, but just from what I've read and heard and understood from Black bubbles, they've said this time and time again, but globally, they are facing discrimination at levels nobody understands. And when I speak to Jewish people, Israelis especially, they feel like they're the most targeted group. But you are a targeted group that somehow is benefiting from a level of privilege that Black and brown skin has not been able to benefit from. And a big part of that is your ability to exist with white skin. We have to know this. As an Assyrian, I know this. As a person who comes from a region of the world that people are generally very ill-informed about and don't know about, and we are associated with just like terrorist groups, I know that I've gotten away with a lot in my life because I have white skin. That they have not initially targeted me. If anything, they've assumed I'm Jewish. I am a Semite, I'm just not Jewish, right? So like, we have to really think about that. And I don't know if Ezra understands how privileged he is. Because sometimes when I do talk to people from Israel especially, they really feel like they are the like most victimized group in the world. I mean, horrible things have happened to Jewish people. It shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen to anybody. But as long as he is playing games with these white nationalists, right? And do not get it twisted. Do not fall for these white nationalists that are pro-Palestinian right now. They're only doing that temporarily because they hate Jews. And then once they're done, you know, hating Jews, they're going to come for the Palestinians. Do not get it twisted that these people are not your friends. Okay? I know a bunch of people are like, I can't believe I've been agreeing with Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens lately. You are so gullible. You are so easily swayed. You are so easily tricked. It's amazing to me. I cannot believe you even bothered to type. The same way these people like Ezra are being used to hoist Charlie Kirk up as anything good, you were willing to type and bring a voice to the idea that like, I don't really agree with Candace Owens, but she really said something here. When are you going to learn? None of these people have your interest in mind. You still need to be kind and compassionate to people who happen to agree with them. But these leaders, these talking heads, these people with microphones, they do not have your best interest in mind. And the moment they get what they want, they're coming for you next. Because fundamentally, this is what Coates is trying to say, if at the root of your ideology is the subjugation of people, it's not good. When I say I believe in liberation, I mean liberation for all. Liberation for all. Which is why I'm not anti-religious, even though I think if you deconstruct enough, you would leave these patriarchal religions. I think you should be liberated enough to be religious. Which is why I don't agree with Islamophobia or anti-religious rhetoric. Because again, I'm not trying to keep you from being something. I'm trying to encourage you to be loving. And I think if you're really loving and kind, you won't be in a patriarchal religion. That's what I really believe. I believe if you are truly a kind and compassionate person and you have deconstructed, you won't be in these religions. Okay? You won't choose these religions.
Right? I'm watching Tucker Carlson like turn into, what I would describe as a white nationalist and become an absolute dominant force on the right, like bigger than he ever was in his, smarmy libertarian phase.
What, Tucker Carlson?
Force, what I would describe as a white nationalist and become an I'm watching Tucker Carlson like turn into, what I would describe as a white nationalist and become an absolute dominant force on the right, like bigger than he ever was in his, smarmy libertarian phase. And this stuff is real appeal, like as you said, right? That's not a surprise on some level. It's just something you have to deal with. And so that's where this question of the line drawing, like I have lines of what I think should and should not be acceptable, but those lines clearly have no relationship to my country, the politics. And I think I've been asking the question without really having an answer. I want to be honest about this. Well, what follows from that?
I think you do have a line.
I'm sure I do.
I think there are things, for instance, that I could say that would make you say it's no point in Ta-Nehisi coming up and being on this podcast. And likewise, there are things you could say, obviously, I would say it's no point in me talking to Ezra.
Yeah. I'm saying what happens if 35% of the country, 40% of the country, the dominant political force in the country is inside that? Does that change anything or no? Like the line just holds?
No, I mean, welcome to Black America. That's how.
Oh, exactly. Exactly. That's I don't have to say it because Coates is saying it himself. Do you hear the squeaking of my chair? But this is what I'm saying. You are not getting it, Ezra Klein. You are looking at a Black man who just explained his family lineage to you, the way Black communities have struggled in this country to fight for people just to see their humanity because of their skin color. And you're like, why can't I make friends with the Charlie Ku Klux Klan? Why can't I meet them halfway? You're a Jew. They're not going to meet. Am I stupid? Is he not Jewish? Am I wrong? I thought he was Jewish. Is he not Jewish? Am I wrong? His mother is Jewish. He's Jewish. It says he's Jewish. See? White-skinned people, white-skinned people. I say white-skinned because if you're, you know what I mean? Even if you're the kind of white that white nationalists don't like, you see how it doesn't matter that you have white skin to white nationalists? They don't like you, bro. They don't like you. And the only reason you might feel a little safer with white nationalists is because they're a little nicer to you than to Black and brown people. And that's why it's easy to make excuses. It is. I know. As a white-skinned person, I know exactly that is the case. That white nationalists and white racists are a little nicer to me. And you got to deconstruct that. You got to be aware of that. Otherwise, you won't understand liberation because,
History. The line we have drawn in general has not been majoritarian politics, unfortunately. That's just been what it is, And at the times that it's been majoritarian politics, people have done things and, fiddled with the government or done, extremely violent things to make it not so,
How do you deal in that answer? Like, how do you deal with Trump really substantially increasing his share of the Black vote?
Actually, I think where he is about where actually Republicans tended to be before Barack Obama. So I'm a little less. I mean, there's a conservative portion of our community that's always voted Republican.
Because remember, transphobia and homophobia They are very strong sentiments. It's very radical to be pro-trans, pro-gay. These conservatives who are trying to convince you that like gay people and trans people are everywhere, we are 100% a radical statement in a world that's always had us. We've always been here. We've always been here. This is a radical time to exist, right? I'm telling you, as a person who has immigrant parents who've been Republican, vote Republican, abortion, gay rights, trans rights, those are the three big whales. Nothing will convince these people to ever support those three things. And as long as your party supports those three things, they will never, ever support you. And that's why Ezra's like, why don't we have pro-life Democrats in office? Guys, at some point, if being a Democrat doesn't also mean pro-choice, what's the point? Because pro-choice is so important right now in this world under this administration. It's so important right now.
And I think, obviously I think sexism is a very, very real force. Mm-hmm. I don't think it's completely explanatory, but the idea that there is, say, 20% of Black men who are fundamentally conservative, that doesn't really surprise me too much.
But I guess let's take, because I think this is a hard case. I think from your perspective and from my perspective, where we probably don't believe hugely different things, a huge amount of the country, right? A majority of the country believes things about trans people, about what policy should be towards trans people, about what language is acceptable to trans people, that like we would see as fundamentally and morally wrong.
Right.
And what politically, not in a column or something, but politically, should our relationship with those people be? Do we win them over? Do we compromise with them? Like, this feels like a very salient question. The Republican Party is going to make sure this is a relentlessly salient question.
Right.
So
I agree with that.
Where does the approach leave us? Right? Where do we go on that?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question. Look, I think a couple things. I think...
Oh, I'll do you one good. Chad says Jillian Michaels is Jewish, married to a woman, still MAGA, and she has adopted a Black child. That's what I say. Like, being a minority is enough. You also have to deconstruct. Being Black, brown, gay, trans is enough. You still have to deconstruct. You still have to deconstruct. We still have to be introspective, extrospective. It's not enough. Just like he said, I'm not surprised some parts of the Black community are conservative. Yeah, I'm not surprised some parts of the immigration community are conservative. Yeah. It's not enough to be a minority. We still have to deconstruct.
Again, look, my tradition is the only thing I have a reference point for, so I'm sorry to keep going back to this. But when I look at the times that we have lost, if I think specifically about the Black tradition, for instance, it's hard for me to say politically they did something wrong. You know what I mean? Like, Reconstruction falls. What was the thing that should have been done? On the contrary, I see, a kind of courage that I wish we had today in a lot of people. You know what I mean? I see people willing to die and take bullets all the time. You know what I mean? What more could Ida B. Wells have done, to get the anti-lynching bill passed? I mean, here is somebody that, was banished from Tennessee on threat of being killed after she saw her friends, murdered and lynched. And one of the things I will say is, when I look back at that long tradition, and I look back in the times that people have won and the places they've won, it's often not been their heroism that was the decisive factor ultimately. It's often not been their strategy that was the decisive factor. Folks look back at the Civil Rights Movement, for instance, and they talk about how brilliant it was to do the sit-ins and, use mass media in the way that Martin Luther King used mass media, the appearance. All of that's true. But if we don't have World War II, you know what I mean? And the planet does not get a view of how horrific it can be when you decide you're going to eliminate people based on their traits. Civil Rights Movement happened? I don't know. I think windows open and close. And so I think some of this is up to the decisions that politicians make. I think some of it is also up to what is happening in the broader mass culture at the time. I think all this kind of, works together. I'm not against, this kind of strategizing. I think that has to happen. But I think you also have to recognize like how broad the world is when you say politics.
In today's
Ooh. Who's the person in chat who said he might be like talking like a 5 to a 2? Because I'm not saying he is a 5, but I am saying that he does have a level of radical acceptance that is very 5 adjacent. I'm not saying he is a 5, but I'm saying, because I don't know what he's thinking, but I'm saying that line alone, his radical acceptance with the realization. See, okay, so Ezra is scared. He's scared, okay? He's scared. And because he's scared, he's like, but what do we do? What do we do? And Coates is like, what we've always done. We show up. We do the right thing. We hope for the best. He's like, well, we have to do something. We have to do something. He's like, We're doing it. I'm doing it. Aren't you doing it? And I was just like, but can't I do something else? What else is there to do? You show up, you do the right thing, you hope for the best, and then you die. But again, I don't know if Coates is saying this in relation to the two bubbles or if he's saying this in relation to the universe. Either way, though, the message is overall correct. That we're so worried and attached to doing the right thing, we end up doing the wrong thing. If it's the right thing, do it, and there will be no fear. Now, the fear is reasonable and rational from an animal perspective of realizing like, hey, I might die. That's really, you're having a biological experience of fear. That's okay. But logically having a fear of, oh my God, if this happens, it's always going to be what it was going to be. It can only ever be that. And everything else, you know, it's like you're trying to control 8 billion people, tornadoes, the oceans, climate change. We're all trying to act like we have a say. We only can do what we can do. And that's a lot. Now, keep in mind, y'all, that's a lot. And you're not even doing that, right? We can do so much and we're not even doing that. We can do so much as a collective. And we haven't even, so maybe we should just start doing that. And then we can talk about what else there is to worry about. It feels a little bit like you've got a messy room and your room is really messy. You're like, oh my God, I'm never gonna be able to do it. I'm just never gonna be able to do it. It's like, okay, we'll just start here in this corner. Just start here. Hey, look, that felt pretty good. Maybe go over here. Hey, that feels pretty good. Yeah, keep going. Oh, you're tired? Okay, let's take a break. Hey, when we come back, maybe crazy, start right here in the middle. Oh, yeah, boy. Look at that. Let's go. That feels good. Okay, maybe I'm tired. Maybe I stop again. Hey, look, your friends came over and they're helping too. Oh my gosh. And people at the same time are helping clean up the mess. Oh, this is going faster than I predicted. Now that I have help, we might even be done before the end of this stream. Oh my God, this is amazing. Look, my community showed up. They're helping. And before you know it, okay, the mess starts to get cleaned and we start to recognize how much power we have together. But we have to also show up. We have to show up for ourselves and for others, but it takes time. It takes time to get all these little bits and to make sure you go over the dirt and to be perfect. It's not going to happen overnight, even with a collective. It's still going to take time. And who knows when it'll be done. And maybe you get tired and take a rest. And maybe at the end of it, you think you're done and you notice a couple of specks a little later. But overall, you're trying. Look at it. It's almost done. It's not exactly perfect. But hey, it's better than when we started. Okay? And that's what you do. And that's how you do it. Okay? You just do your best. And this is the hard part. You can think of it another way, okay? And this is probably where Coates is coming from and where everyone's a little exhausted, is the reality is you will die before you see it fixed. You'll die before you see it clean. You'll die before you see it happy. You'll die before you see it complete. You'll die at this stage. And what you did to contribute to cleaning up the mess was worth it. And that's still good and that's still okay. The goal was never to be around to see the benefit of your work. The goal was always to do the work for the benefit of others. And that's why it happens in the future. It's not for us now. It's for them. It's for the future. And that's what it is, okay? That's what it is. And yeah, Chad, you're right. It says people get paralyzed by the big picture. Exactly. People get paralyzed and they also do it on purpose. This is unwise suffering. So philosophically speaking, unwise suffering is zooming out and looking at the planet in hunger and fatigue and famine and climate change and be like, oh my God, it's too big. It's too big. I'm not going to do anything. It's too big. It's too big. It's too big. Now you've paralyzed yourself. Now you've accidentally taken on a burden that was never yours to fix. What are you, Superman? Even Superman couldn't fix climate change. Okay. So now we have to disengage from that reality that we're here to save the world because that's some patriarchal heroic shit that they made up to make men feel good about their lives when they die. And to actually recognize that it's not about being the hero. It's about being the good villager. It's not about being the superhero. It's about being the person who does right by their neighbors. Okay? It's about being the person who does little things here and there, one step at a time. It's about the person who eats, one less meal of meat a week just to bring down and help impact animal health, gut health, heart health, and the environment's health, right? It's not about being perfectly vegan. Well, that's a philosophical difference. It's not being perfectly plant-based. It's eating, one less gallon of milk or drinking one less gallon of milk a month. It's like not about perfection. It's about attempting to do something. We're not looking to be perfect because we never could be. We didn't evolve to be perfect. Okay? We have not evolved to be perfect. But we keep holding ourselves to this perfect standard, so we do nothing. So we do nothing instead. Better to do something than nothing. Okay? Here we go. Back to the video.
Seamless
That we
outdoor areas in the U.S. where you can see the sky. Best network based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025.
Whoa,
I
scary.
think that you have actually, I think, been a very prime mover in this. I think there's been a period, particularly on the left, in which the Civil War, pre it, post it, the writings of that time, the people at that time, have become a sort of a rooting period, a place where we sort of go back and look and think about who are we, what was revealed about us. I'm taking nothing away from that.
Right.
But that's obviously a period where politics ultimately fails. I actually think, and I've thought about this a lot in reaction I have read in the last couple of weeks, I've thought a lot about how many people believe we are already in a cold civil war, that we are in a time that we are dealing with divisions and questions. I see it on the right, for sure. I hear it on the left. I have a lot of email that's like, we need a national divorce. How that's going to be effectuated, never exactly clear.
Do people
They do use that.
Do people you respect say that to you?
Well, yes, actually, I will say that. But I'm not going to, people say things to me that are off the record and I shouldn't say it. But you don't believe that though, right? You don't believe we are at a point. I think this is really important. I was curious what you would say to this question. You don't believe we are at a point where the next 10, 20, 30 years can't be shaped by decisions we would understand is within normal politics, within elections and legislation and organizing and so on.
No.
Good. I think that's great.
I mean, look, that could happen.
Yeah.
That could happen. But I guess the broader thing I am thinking about is how much does this era stand out in the long sweep of American history?
Yeah.
It's bad.
Well, so this is actually,
but it wouldn't make my list for the worst.
No, I agree with you. I'm where you are on this, to just be super clear.
Okay.
But I actually think one reason then the amount we focus on the Civil War period is tricky is because that's a period when it didn't work like that, right? You actually
Hold on. I just want to say something that might be really hard to digest. So I need you to take it with a grain of salt because it might be a little too hard to understand right now. And I mean that in the least condescending way, but I don't know where everyone's coming from. The average reading level is 7th grade in America. I have to assume some of you are in that group, no offense, which means this might not be digestible and that's okay. You can always read more, right? But we're in a media comprehension deficit right now. Okay. So Chet says we're up against Nazis who have become mainstream. The fringe extremists are mainstream. They see trans and gay people the same way. Yes. And we know that's not true. I need you to understand Nazis are not as mainstream as we think they are, but they never were not mainstream. The illusion of Americans to think white supremacy ever left is your privilege. It's always been here. It's always been loud and proud, and it never left. It just looked different than you could recognize. They've always been mainstream. They've always been the president. They've always been in policy, and they never left. They just look different. We know in the same way Republicans and conservatives freak out about trans people being 50% of America, which is not true. And even if it was, the world would be a better place for it. Okay. Same thing with Nazis. They are the Nazi group you're really afraid of isn't as many as you think it is, but they're not the ones you should be afraid of. It's the average American who doesn't know better and refuses to know better, and they fall for the Nazi propaganda. Okay. So it's ironic. Sometimes conservatives, sometimes the way conservatives are afraid of the left reminds me of the ways that the right works, because Nazism isn't mainstream the way you think it is. I guarantee you, if you let a Nazi Ku Klux Klan cloak show up in most places in America, you would have a majority of people be like, no. Because remember, the way Trump is showing up is not in a cloak. Remember, these people are not coming with their cloaks because they learned to repackage it. And that repackaging has allowed ideas of Nazism or similar to fascistic belief become mainstream, but it's not an embodied experience by the voters. The voters who want to support Charlie, my parents, they're not thinking they're Nazis. When they watch The Sound of Music, they think they're the dad who rips the Nazi flag, right? But yet they vote Trump and they think Charlie Kirk, like, oh, Brittany, he was shot by a gay guy. Okay, and you act like gay guys are the number one shooter in America, right? They are not digesting it the way you're seeing it. The same way they can't understand drag queens reading books to kids, they're dealing with a cognitive dissonance for their own ideals. So remember, and this is what we're talking about now, white supremacy has always been here. Nazis have always been here. Nobody left. They just look different. But the people who are falling for it, they don't really realize it. Some of them do, and you know that. And those people are not the average person. Guys, most of my life growing up, okay, we tried to watch it yesterday, but we couldn't get it done yesterday. I tried to watch a documentary about white supremacy and white nationalism, and this guy says the N-word with the hard ER, and I was like, yo! Like, everyone in my chat was like, yo! Because, like, we're so used to it being censored or never hearing it. And it was so violent the way he said it. It was so vicious. I was like, oh my God. I never heard that growing up. I only ever heard it said as a meme. And that's privilege. Privilege is growing up in a world where I never heard that slur being used with venom. And that's my privilege growing up in a liberal state like California, even though they have conservative areas and even though racists are there. So you have to understand, they want it back. That's what they want. Again, I do believe that this conservative party is going to start normalizing that language now, and it's not going to be fringe. But the people who are deeply, deeply hateful, and they know in their hearts they hate black and brown people, I don't believe that's the mainstream. I think the mainstream is almost like more insidious. They don't even know they hate black and brown people. I think it's more dangerous to not know that you hate somebody. Like men who are liberal who think they don't hate women. They're more dangerous. It'd be easier to deal with a man who, with his full chest, hates a woman than dealing with a man who convinces you he really understands you and doesn't see you as less, only to realize he really does. And that's what I think is... That's what I think is really difficult to parse out. Okay, now I'm sure Klein is thinking to himself, well, how do I get those guys to get a little bit more progressive? Well, probably not catering to their feelings in a big way, because therapists should be doing that, right? I think that's what I think is important. Now, Theo Von has been in the news lately because people think his mental health is really bad. He's talking about not taking his own life and everything. And some people feel like he's being eaten up by the guilt of electing Trump. And some people feel like he's being eaten up by the fact that he's pro-Palestine and they're being genocided and it's horrible. And I think what we're really seeing here is your joy, it will coincide with values. And Theo's values are not in alignment. He's anti the genocide in Palestine, but he helped get Trump elected. He's in conflict with himself. Okay? And I say, in my belief, I say to you that I think when your joy coincides with your values, that it will show in the way that you present. It will show in the way that you are. It will bring you closer to peace and less away from fear. And so Coates seems to have a very grounded idea of his values in relation to his worldview, in relation to his philosophical outlook, versus Klein is very afraid, but what about this? And what about this? And what about this? And what about this? And Coates is very much like, yeah, you like, you know, but not the like, sociopathic, nihilistic, like fake stoicism, almost like in real stoicism. Because a real concept of stoicism philosophically is not that you don't engage with your feelings, but that you have an appropriate relationship with them. It's not that you deny your feelings. It's not that you act alpha or you're the top of the food chain or as a man, you're the front. That's not stoicism. At the root of stoicism is to have a healthy symbiotic relationship with your feelings, and therefore your fear, and therefore your anger, and therefore your sense of justice. So again, so much of this is layered and so much of this is so much more than we think it is. And all of it is also really simple. It's actually really simple being a person in the world. What makes it difficult is being a person in the world who has to contend with the reality that they exist and they share space and we are more than just the fact that we exist. I mean, isn't that the burden of people? Allegedly, because we don't know this to be true necessarily, we might be the only animal of all. Well, we know we're not, but we know that because we know whales and other animals plan for the future. But we might be one of the only animals in our particular category that particularly exist in this particular way, but we're really not that much different from everything else that exists. And so I think there's just like a disconnect between accepting that like you're a biological creature and you're a person who thinks and you have values and you have hurt feelings and you have responsibilities and then you build this layer. And the dilemma is like we're not all building on the same foundation. So for me, I think, evolved animals on a planet. And for my parents, I think God put us here. And see how we're off to a rocky start? We don't even have the same foundation of reality. We are existing on a planet, building with people who differ on what we're doing here and how we got here. Of course, we're going to have different ideas about what it means to be a person. And that's the complicated part. You know, that's the part where it gets a little complicated. So you have to ground yourself constantly to make sure you're not, you know, even though you're in the chaos, to make sure you're not going to go down with the chaos. You don't have to be chaotic just because the world is. But that's, you know, that's like, that's beyond 101 meditation, you know, 101 philosophy. So maybe that's too much today. But just a reminder that if you're feeling really chaotic right now, I promise you it gets better as you get better.
Actually had to go over the cliff of that and have the war. I've been thinking a lot about, because I've been reading a lot about McCarthyism. So I've been thinking about that whole period. And you just sort of brought up the World War II as, you know, sort of a generator of the politics that allows us to have the Great Society, the Civil Rights Act, et cetera. I think another way of sort of glossing that is you have a rise of Red Scare politics, which predate McCarthy.
Sorry, Chatter said normal people are sheep. The overturned window shifted deep right in such a short time. We're all sheep. And to think you're not sheep is the problem. Everybody is a sheep. Like you do this thing. People are NPCs. People are sheep. People are people everywhere. Humans are going to human. Period. You cannot tell me you understand people in the world and think other people are sheep and you're not. We are all a product of our environment. And therefore we are all flawed.
Joseph McCarthy, who is just for a period an unbelievably dominant force.
It's insane.
Everybody who challenges him loses.
That's right.
He becomes a complete kingmaker. He's eventually boxed out and beaten by Dwight Eisenhower, sort of center-right, you know, very, very anti-communist politician, but who can sort of take the center from McCarthy. But then it's like, what happens next? Nixon, who is the genteel red baiter to McCarthy's non-genteel red baiter, runs in the next election. He's beaten by JFK, who's a very center-left, very anti-communist, sort of runs to Nixon's right on communism. And he does it with Lyndon Johnson, you know, on the bottom of the ticket, sort of representing Southern politics. And
Hey, I appreciate you, Chatter. Says that's fair. I shouldn't have said that. I fully apologize and will do better. Hey, I appreciate you. I understand emotionally why it feels that way. But logically, we're all kind of those people, you know? We're all those people who show up and we fall. I mean, I know this myself. I voted for McCain and Palin. I was raised a Republican. I voted for McCain and Palin. I can see Alaska from my house. I get it. We're all products of our environment, and all we can do is be better. All we can do is deconstruct. All we can do is try to do something better in a world that has trained us to do not so great.
Democratic Party, it's a very, very, in a way, checkered series of moves that are accepting huge amounts of McCarthyism at that time. And yet it does sort of lead to political power that is then wielded in a very, very different way within fairly short order. I take from this, I've been thinking about this because I think we're sort of in a new McCarthyism, some lessons on how politics can work and like the give and the take of it. We've been sort of brought up the Civil War a bunch, but what do you take from this period?
You know what I think of? There's this fantasy a little bit people have of like, they don't make architecture like this anymore. And then it shows like the richest motherfuckers' homes that ever existed throughout history. And they're like, I want to live in this kind of a house. Girl, you would have been on the street with the rest of us. I do not know why you think with your family lineage that you would have been in these nice ass houses. You know, they don't make houses like this anymore. You never would have seen the inside of that house, stupid. Okay. There's like this idea that people forget, you know, when you're dealing with politics, you act like you would have had the ear of the king. The ear of the king who would have decided you looked at him funny this day and you would have been dead. That's what Trump is in love with. He wants to be the king. He wants us to even look at him funny and he wants to be like, you're dead. You know, that's the fantasy. And that the arrogance, I think, of the Ezra Kleins a little bit is thinking he would have the ear of the king, which is exactly what Klein kind of had. Kirk. Charlie Kirk kind of did have the ear of the king, you know? Chet says, wow, what did you think of Sarah Palin at the time? To be honest, I didn't think much of Sarah Palin. I thought more of McCain. I thought McCain at the time, because I was such a Republican, so Republican policy aside, I liked the way McCain was really dignified. Remember when that woman said Obama was a Muslim and a sleeper, and McCain was like, no, no, no. And he took her microphone away. I really liked that McCain. I was also a teenager and stupid, so it didn't take much for me to vote the way I was raised. It's not like I thought about it very hard. And then I voted for Barack Obama the next time around, you know? But it's not like it was that hard for me at the time. I was also fighting my own internalized homophobia. I was like fighting a lot. But I was an avid reader. I was involved in like Republican clubs. I was, you know, there's a lot to be said about my background, but mostly I was still just a teenager. You know, mostly still just a young person. Yeah, Chess says, remember when McCain and Bush were considered the worst politicians? I know. The worst options, the worst possible options. I know. Bush is still pretty fucking bad. But yeah, it's just interesting, like the way we, like the way I look back in history, or the fact that like my bestie and I, when we were little kids, my dad goes on the home video, you know, who you guys voting for, Al Gore or Bush? And my friend was raised a Democrat. She goes, I'm voting for Al Gore. And I was raised Republican. I was like, I'm voting for George Bush. We were like 10. We were 11, 10 and 11, I think. We just parroted our parents. You know, that's what we did. And then we grew up and we started voting a little differently than our parents, and or went more progressive, you know. And yeah. Yeah, it did seem simpler then, but the truth was it was just as bad. It just looked different. And we were privileged enough to live in a suburb and in a safe suburb. And, you know, we just came from such a different 90s and 2000s. But ultimately, the world has always been very bigoted and has been very hard on lots of people. And that's why I just made that podcast, which is, by the way, doing numbers, okay? About being gay but not queer. And some people are still not getting it in the comments. They're like, making being queer political is just bad. Guys, pride is a protest first and foremost. Pride is a protest first and foremost. So when people say, I want a straight pride, you don't need to have a straight pride parade. You literally are the dominant. You are literally trying your hardest to ostracize gay and queer people and, you know, trans people, right? Like the reason we go to Pride is to symbolize the protest, is to be there, right? And so there's just like a big disconnect happening because we're so privileged. So I think Coates was saying this, right? It's almost like we needed World War II in a sense. And look, I don't believe in accelerationism, and I don't think that's what he's advocating for. It's not to say we should watch the world burn so they know how bad it gets. I know a couple of people, but I know a person of color who voted for Trump because they wanted the world to see how bad it was going to get under Trump so they could go Democrat. Make it make sense, right? Like, make it make sense. Okay? So again, I don't think that is where Coates is coming from. It sounds like he's coming from a different perspective of trying to keep people focused and accepting that everything that happens is a reflection of us. I don't want to speak for him, so I'll speak for my observation. Everything is a reflection of all of us, and nothing can happen without our consent, even though plenty of things happen without our consent. But ultimately, as a collective, we are responsible, which is why some people are hoping for a collective consciousness. They're hoping we collectively come together. They thought Luigi, see how violent people are? You thought Luigi was going to bring us together? How foolish, naive to think violence would be the unifying force. And how foolish you continue to be to think that violence in any way brought us together. People say that about bombing Japan. Oh, it ended the war, it brought us together. Men, violence, patriarchy. Men and their violence will never be the unifier. not that combination. Okay. How foolish the world is to think the Luigi was going to bring us together.
I take something that we've kind of been circling for this entire conversation, which is that the role of politicians and the role of writers, intellectuals, et cetera, is very, very different. Politicians do things that I wouldn't do. I don't, for instance, I don't hold JFK or RFK up. You know what I mean? As the people.
me neither.
Right.
I'm not a fan of JFK Camelot revisionism.
But I guess
it's not a very good president.
That's like a separate thing from whether, you know what I mean, why politics happens the way they do. Let me give you an instance that often also comes up. That's not the Civil War, and that's the New Deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think there is a pretty strong argument that the New Deal not a strong argument, but it's pretty clear that the New Deal did quite a bit to create the social safety net, create an American middle class, right? That's true. Did FDR want to, in his heart, exclude Black folks in the way that they were excluded from it? No. That was the price of getting the thing done. I understand that as politics. But were I there in that time, it would be incumbent on me to yell at FDR to not do that. Mm-hmm. I just think that's really, 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 really important. We don't all have the same role. You know, when I wrote Case for Reparations, it was not my expectation, nor did I even think it would be politically intelligent for like Barack Obama to go up and yell, "I'm for reparations." You know what I mean? But that's different than, you know what I mean, my role.
Yeah. I guess the substructure of a bunch of what I am saying, which may or may not be in argument with you, it's just right. When I texted you to come on, I was like, I've been thinking about what the underlying arguments are here. Mm-hmm, so you're kind of getting this spilling out of my brain. Mm-hmm. I think that there is a work of politics that for a bunch of different reasons has become demeaned.
Hold on. Chat said Luigi did create some clash consciousness. Luigi didn't do shit except kill a man. That's Luigi did. He killed a person. The people who had a moment of, thinking, that was them. He was the catalyst. But it didn't even get anywhere. Once again, violence gets us nowhere. Violence gets us nowhere. Violence gets us nowhere. It temporarily is necessary sometimes in some situations. But in these kinds of situations, in this particular context, it didn't get us anywhere. Not in the way that we thought. Again, do we want this to be the solution? Do we want violence to be the solution? This is different than political violence that is sometimes necessary in very rare circumstances and or moments of self-defense. Okay?
And I think, and this does not speak well of the people, so to speak, in power doing it, but I think that they are not doing it well. I think the culture around them, I think politicians are not always leaders. I think they're often followers. And I think that the idea that that kind of political coalition building across these gigantic differences, building across public opinion, both not just as you wish it existed, but as it exists, has become, seen and treated as often betrayal, cowardice, moral fallibility. It's not, I think it's fine to say people got different roles. And in fact, it's good for intellectuals to criticize the politicians. But my view is that the political practice became too weak. I don't think that was true for Obama. I went back preparing to talk to you and I read your piece, My President Was Black.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful piece.
Thank you.
And it's very much in this tension, right? Where you say quite a bit, it would have been a bad idea for Barack Obama to say the things I am saying here, to do the things in some ways I wish he had done. It would have been, that politics wouldn't have worked. There would have been no Obama presidency and his presidency would not have been successful. And I think I've been thinking about that line, right? In my own work and just in the political culture as I see it, that line between the sort of intellectual, analytical work and the actual work of politics, the how do we live here with each other work, right? Which I think is actually honorable work. And I think feels right now to me morally urgent and necessary. And not just over disagreement, just the whole thing being done in a strategic and disciplined sense. I think one of the things I've thought about is the need to actually raise the status of just old-fashioned politics. And I think I've been surprised to find myself feeling that way. But I think one way the second Trump term has changed me is I don't, and maybe you always believe this, right? I'm not putting this on you. I think what got built for all of its flaws in the back half of the 20th century was much more fragile than I'd understood. Not just the legislation or any of that, but the actual sense of what you could and could not do, what we would and would not accept. And I've just the sense that we could just tumble all the way back has become much more real to me. And so the work that people did to begin to build those guardrails and like how hard that actually was, you know, and the disappointment we eventually felt. I feel like we began to take something actually quite beautiful for granted, or only see what wasn't there as opposed to what was. And it's forced a little bit of, for me, like, how did they do it? How did they get out of the last one of these?
You know, I'll just say,
Yeah. What did he even think what did he even think he said there? What is he in love with? What nostalgia is he living for? He talked for like 3 fucking minutes and said absolutely nothing. If he was just like, man, I miss the days white people had more power in America. I missed old politics when Joe Biden could talk about black kids without getting canceled. What are you talking about? Who? What? So what is he even yapping about, bro?
and I think I'm speaking for a broader community here. We are not happy, but we are not surprised, man. And again, the reason why we go back to reconstruct.
Man, I'm about to read everything this man ever wrote. And you know me, I don't like to support men. But I'm gonna read everything this man wrote. That's mostly a joke. I don't care that you're a man. It's not that interesting. But like, I am gonna read everything this man wrote. Listen to what he just said.
We are not happy, but we are not surprised, man.
We are not happy, but we are not surprised. That is some radical fucking acceptance. Now, my joy will not be shattered because I am unhappy. I am not happy with the state of the world, but my joy remains stable because I am not surprised. Because humans are going to human, as we say on this channel. Humans are going to human. And therefore, I will be joyful and I will be kind and compassionate because it was always going to be this way. And it will always be this way. And it is whatever it's going to be. And the only thing we can do is accept that we are always living history. Always, right now. You didn't miss out, girls. It's happening in front of you. For all of these fantasies conservatives have, over punching Nazis and standing up to Hitler, well, do it, girl. Stand up. Say something. Do something. Help people. Again, you don't have to be perfect. Just choose one thing to do less bad today. Okay? I just wake up. I kind of follow my, I have my, the things I have to do, of course. But then I kind of like follow, like, what's the thing I'm going to do today? I look around my house. I think about the outside. I think of like, okay, what's the one thing I can do today? Something small, something really insignificant, but yet significant. Think about like when you walk outside of your apartment building or your house and you see trash, pick it up and put it in the trash can. Boom, I did it today. One less bad thing today. Okay? I'm not asking you to save the fucking world. I'm asking, 8 billion people to wake up today and see if you could do one less thing bad. And you're going to tell me if 8 billion people woke up tomorrow and even a quarter of those picked up some trash, it wouldn't be a little bit fucking better for the world? We never needed to make big grand gestures. And that's why we avoid doing the small ones, because we think they're stupid. We've been convinced by the patriarchy that the little you do isn't enough. And then you get so paralyzed, you can't do the big stuff, and then nobody wins. A little goes a long way, as they say.
And again, the reason why we go back to Reconstruction and the Civil War is because it is, before the 1960s, the only glimpse at the possibility of a real democracy in this country. And it happened. And in some places, it was actually quite successful. You have people who, had been enslaved, who are written off as illiterate fools, who, serving in legislatures. And actually, with the standard of the time, actually, it's such a hopeful, incredible story. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And it was violently destroyed. Once you see that, and once you have that in your heritage, once you, understand it, once you understand that Martin Luther King could be standing up, telling his own people, we do not embrace violence at all. It is morally repugnant. We embrace love. And that could get you shot. Not burn it down. Love can get you shot. You just have a different view of your country.
You just have a different view of the country. Chester Peterson says to make your bed. Peterson actually stole that from my mom, because my mom has been telling me to make my bed my whole life. And she's right. Every day a rule in my marriage is we make the bed. Whoever the last person is out of bed, they have to make the bed. And we make the bed. And it makes a huge difference. Jordan Peter, Ezra Klein, listen to me. Much like Ethan, your cousin, I'm sure. We're all connected in the circle of life, you know? Listen, you got to make your bed, okay? You got to get up. You got to make your bed. And you've got to handle this woke mob, these trans mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, these Machiavellian mothers. You got to watch out. Boo, they got you. Woo, were you scared? Boo. Oh my God, watch out. Boo, 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 boo. You see Peter? Do you see Peterson's last video was something like, it's not, you know, I saw it come up on my feed. It was something like, you know, how to grow up or something. I was like, start with yourself, bucko. Start with yourself, bucko. Grow up, bro. Grow up.
Oh, it is not, I emphasize this over and over again, it is not a fatalistic view. It is not, it is written in stone that we will ultimately lose, but you understand that losing is a possibility.
It's a radical acceptance. Our bro is radically accepting. Radical acceptance. This man meditates. I just know he meditates. He's got to. This is a meditative. I'm gonna read you my favorite. I'm gonna read you. Well, actually, hold on. Ooh, I was gonna read you my favorite one, but wait. 29, Tao Te Ching, power. Those who try to seize power and remake society will fail. Ezra Klein. Those who try to seize power and remake society will fail. Trump. Society is a divine thing that cannot be remade. One who attempts to remake it will only deface it. Those who grasp for power will lose it. That's why this is a foolish endeavor of Ezra's. He is trying to grasp for power and control the way Trump is. He's a fool to think he is better than Trump. People differ. Some lead, others follow. Some are passionate, others are reserved. Some are strong, others weak. Some succeed, others fail. We all play a different role, right? The wise respect the roles of all and seek moderation in all things. We are all here to play a role. Now, I understand that Ezra is also playing his role. You know how Ezra plays his role? And this goes back to this idea of a little bit of determinism and lack of free will, a little bit, okay? So, Ta-Nehisi, right? Ta-Nehisi Coates is now given an opportunity, thanks to Ezra's ignorance, to speak truth to power on a podcast in which I get to broadcast as well to my community of 200 plus people, which then you are 200 plus people who will take it out into the world, right? So like in many ways, this is the appropriate way to use a microphone to bring about the situation in which someone wiser gets to come into the picture to give us a little bit of wisdom, because we're always earning wisdom, right? So this whole situation is sort of like it was always going to be. He's fulfilling his role. Okay, Klein invites Coates. Coates fulfills the role by coming and doing an amazing interview. It shines a light on Clyde's deficiencies and shines a light on Coates' wisdom. And then I get to take it and translate it to my audience. And my audience gets to take from it and translate it to their family members. And that's how we emit out. Okay, he is doing his, I am doing mine, and you are doing yours. And Ezra had to do his. Until Ezra has a bubble pop of his own, this is the best that Ezra can supply. It's not perfect. It's not the end goal, but it's the best he can give us. So I accept it, but I have to, because of my role, fight against it. I have to say, Habibi, you're not fulfilled yet. It's good. It's not perfect. Okay? So I see you. Thank you. It's like he's giving a mantle. You know those runners? And they pass the baton. Okay, Ezra's run. He passes it on. We pass it on. We all pass it on to each other. Except the baton doesn't go from one person to one person. It goes to one person to 100 people. 100 people pass it on to another 100 people. And that's the way to think of and that's why hatred and bigotry, it spreads. Because you take hatred and bigotry and you spread it out and it will work. It will also spread. So you must be loving. You must be compassionate. Because if you are also hateful, then you are just contributing. You are literally contributing to the hate of the world. It's not helpful. So you must accept the outcome, whatever it is. You try your best, and if you lose, you lose. You know what Ezra Klein is? He's a sore fucking loser. You got to stop being a sore fucking loser because you're never going to learn. You're never going to accept, and you're never going to do right by communities and yourself, especially yourself, by not radically accepting that what is will be.
What does that? There's a Buddhist meditation I like. This is a weird place to go, but it goes like this: I'm of the nature to grow sick. I'm of the nature to grow old. I'm of the nature to lose the people I love. I'm of the nature to die. How then shall I live? And
that,
yeah.
Say it again.
I'm of the nature to grow old. It goes like this: I'm of the nature to grow sick. I'm of the nature to grow old. I'm of the nature to lose the people I love. I'm of the nature to die. How then shall I live?
Yeah.
And that, yeah, I do it because sometimes you need the reminder. Yeah. What I hear you saying in a way is we are of the nature too.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
I think the place I'm trying to push is then how then shall we live? Because in this distinction you're making between, like, you would have been there correctly yelling at FDR. And I'm not like asking you, but like me, right? Like my work, my role.
Can you answer that? Can you say what you, I think it's a good point. Would you tell, like, would you define for me how you see, like, what your role is?
Ooh, good
I
question.
don't know what my role is anymore.
Ooh, do we think Ezra's having like a shattering of consciousness in a sense? Like he's having like maybe that's why he's coming across the way he is. People keep uplifting him and pedestaling him as a great thinker, the next leader, but he doesn't seem to know what he's doing. And so is this true? Is this honest?
I'll be totally honest with you, man. I feel very conflicted about that question. The role I want to have is a person curiously exploring his political and intellectual interests in political peacetime.
Oh, he can't handle the truth. Is he? Oh, listen to what he said.
Political and intellectual to have is a person curiously exploring his political and intellectual interests in political peacetime.
Yo. This is significant. He is so fucking privileged. Holy shit. Oh my God. That was so disgustingly privileged. I think I vomited a little bit. Whoa. That's fear. He wants to be somebody of importance when it's easy and not when it's hard. Well, no wonder he's so afraid of the conservatives. He thinks he's next. And why wouldn't he be? They hate Jewish people. And so he thinks, let me make friends with them so I have a chance to go back to my privilege. Better to die a good person than to die a bad one. We're all going to die. I have no fear of death itself, but better to die a good person than a bad one. Philosophically speaking, of course.
And the role I somehow have is sometimes that. But I am in the business. I'm a political opinion writer and podcaster and so on. And I'm in the business of political persuasion. And I feel like me and the people who believe what I believe, not narrowly speaking, but, you know, like the whole broad coalition, have failed in a really consequential way. And I think it is.
You feel like you failed in your work.
I think there are places I failed. I mean, I think there are things I got right too. Like, I think we shouldn't have run Joe Biden again. I think I was right about that. I think I've gotten a lot right. But I think I've gotten definitely things wrong. But I think we are here now, right? That's what I would really say. And it is forcing me to rethink things I would prefer not to rethink. I will give you an example because people are mad at me on this one right now. Please. I said in a podcast with my colleague, Russ Douthat, he was pushing me on left radicalism. I was like, I don't care about left-wing radicalism. I don't think it's some great threat. I don't think it's a huge political problem. I worry about left-wing pessimism, fatalism, that we are losing and don't want to change anything. And I said that the question for me is, you know, how do we win Senate seats in places like Kansas and Missouri and Ohio? I said,
is this going to be the pro-life Democrat bullshit?
I would like to see us doing things like in red states, and here I meant redder than those, you know, running pro-life candidates. People got real upset about that, and I get why.
Stupid. Because it's stupid. It's stupid. No, he doesn't get why. Does he get why? Let's see. And by the way, it's not stupid because it doesn't work in elections. It's stupid because it's immoral and unethical. It is unethical to promote pro-life as a movement. It is deeply unethical to be pro-life. It is bad for society to be pro-life. We do not need leaders that stand on a pedestal or are pedestaled, at a podium, convincing American voters that they have the right to take away choice from people when it comes to their bodies. It is deeply unethical to live in a country that has that kind of say. I live in Croatia, and I asked my partner, can I get an abortion here? And he's like, this is Europe, of course. We're not heathens. We're not America. And I was like, pfft. And he's like, of course, it's a civil right here. Everyone can get an abortion. I was like, okay. I live in Croatia. It's a Catholic country. It's a nationalist. It's all Catholic. Catholic is in the government kind of country. You know what I'm saying? And they still have abortions. They have gay civil marriage. It's not perfect, but it's there. Okay. You know what I mean? It's not a perfect place. Nowhere is perfect. But America really thinks it's the safest, best, most free country. And it's just not. It's not,
But in 2010, when the Affordable Care Act passed, there were 40 House Democrats who were pro-life at some level. You had to do this whole negotiation with this guy, Bart Stupak.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. And on the bright side, you don't have to have those negotiations now. And on the downside, you can't pass the Affordable Care Act. And the point is not that issue, right? That one issue, although things like, the example, say Susan Collins, where she's in theory pro-choice, but she votes for Mitch McConnell and John Thune as leader. That's how you build power on some level, right? Pro-choice, but she votes for Mitch McConnell and John Thune as.
Yeah, we can't be building bridges with Mitch McConnell. No, we should be moving all of us in a direction towards choice and liberation, not closer to. Again, he wants to build bridges with Republicans. And I'm saying, no, the future isn't Republican and the future isn't even Democrat, but we cannot be going back to, Republicans.
Leader. That's how you build power on some level, right? If you have those, Joe Manchin, I wish he were still a senator from West Virginia, as much as I have.
Didn't I just read Tao Te Ching to you? Wasn't Ezra listening? Those who seek power. Okay? It's not good, bro.
Deep disagreements with him. I think that I am a person, I think you are a person, whether you admit it or not, who is one of the people with a, voice in shaping what our political culture is. And I believe at some level that political strategy is downstream from political culture. I think
Wait, what?
At some level that political strategy is downstream from political culture. I think it means exploring things that are uncomfortable and being pretty disciplined in a way maybe I haven't been, about separating the question of what I believe from what I believe will win power. Because I currently think that the cost of losing power is horrifying and dangerous, and we can't keep doing it. So that's
Yeah,
where
so
my head
can we
is.
start with that exactly? The immediate thing, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but the immediate thing that springs to mind for me in that question is not who you're abandoning, but how do you square the fact that, in fact, reproductive rights has proven to be pretty popular in red states? And I'm thinking about...
That's because Republicans have abortions. That's because they love abortions and government handouts and welfare. Republicans and conservatives love it, and they should get it. I want to give Republicans health care and abortions and food stamps. I want to give you everything. I know you love it because you need it, and I want to give it to you, girl. Let me help you. Let me give it to you. Let me give it to you. And that's the thing. It's again, this goes back to deconstructing all of the racism, the bigotry. They don't want other people to have it. Charlie Kirk said, if you import the third world, your country will become third world. He said he's pro-life. He wants people to have more babies. He doesn't want to import brown people. You cannot act like one issue doesn't overlap on another. Charlie Kirk believed that the only way to be pro-life was to have white babies or American-grown Christian babies. He's not interested in your babies. He doesn't think your babies are as good as his babies.
Referendums that have been passed, such that they've had to...
I'm sorry. I said he thinks. He did think. He used to think. He had thoughts.
Change the rules. Like, how do you separate
I am
that?
when I sort of said this in
Like the
glancingly.
people who didn't vote for Kamala, but give me my reproductive rights.
I think that I was using first pro-life as an illustrative example,
Okay.
but there are many red districts in this country. And there are states that we do not even think about competing in anymore, right? I'm not talking about Ohio here. I think you have to try things. By the way, not only moderation kind of things.
And also, look, the greatest thing about life is that we die. And so the world will have an opportunity to give birth to less bigoted babies. The greatest hope in life is a baby, because a baby is an opportunity for potential. That's why we love children, because children are potential for good and a potential for evil. But that's why one thing that's really good about us is that we die. Eventually, all of the people that grow old and stagnant will eventually die with peace and love, and the world will be will be given another opportunity to be a little bit better. And I do think, like, a little bit, the world heals every day. Like I said, it's still better now than it's ever been, but we go 3 steps forward and 2 steps back, and we're in the 2 steps back. That's why it feels so hard. But it's also the privilege of us feeling it now as Americans when other people around the globe have been feeling it forever and haven't had a break. Okay? But we go in waves and we go back and forth. It's not linear growth. It's not linear.
You could try going much harder on economic populism, which some people are trying. I think you might need to combine those 2 strategies, right? Which is sort of the Dan Osborne in Nebraska approach. I think that I think even before the question of what your policies are, and I believe this very deeply, there's a question of whether or not people feel like you respect them and like them, even if they disagree with you. Before I think people will give you power, they don't even ask, do they like you? They ask whether you like them. And I think a lot of the country feels we don't like them. Do I believe that? I know that. I've seen the focus groups. I've seen the survey data. I've talked to the people who work on this. And that's going to require changing that is going to require making moves that somehow send a loud enough signal that people begin to think we've changed it at some level. Sherrod Brown should be able to win in Ohio.
Yes.
The reason he cannot win in Ohio is the Democratic Party itself is a millstone around his neck that drags him down. So what do you do about I'm not here to tell you I got the answer.
Yeah.
What I would feel much better about is I felt there was like a strategic discipline about finding it.
So I just if you will take this very gentle pushback.
Yeah, please.
I think
you're here for it.
I haven't seen exactly what people are saying, online in terms of this, but I do think like what immediately strikes me is
Somebody in chat said Ezra's too online, and I think he might be. Yeah, I think he might be a little too online.
if you take, I know you would just, it's not, the example necessarily that you would hold out, about reproductive rights, but I think the problem with musing about that is abandoning it is a very real possibility for people who don't have the option necessarily to fly to another state or do X, Y, and Z. So I suspect when they hear somebody of your status, even if it's not the example you mean, putting it out in the air, like they feel, and it's not just that you're putting it out in the air, it's putting it out in the air, and actually, I don't necessarily even mean that one. No, like if you're going to say that, I think you really got to.
I'll stand behind
it.
You
got to put the data behind it. I think that's really, really important.
I will say, and I think this is actually the nub of it, right? Like I'm glad we're sort of here. I am saying the thing it sounds like I'm saying. To be very, very clear.
Right.
I think in a place like Nebraska, you should try to run some pro-life Democrats. I wish people, instead of saying that an expressive or...
Okay, these net worth things are never really real, right? They're never really real, but allegedly, quick Google search is Ezra Klein's net worth is 18 million and Coates is 2 million. Really quick Google search. I don't know how valid this Google search is. Just put that into perspective. If that's true, if it's even close to true.
Strategic question in politics was betraying or abandoning the people we wish to protect. I wish what we said was we lost power in a way that allowed Donald Trump to drive the Supreme Court to a 6-3 Republican majority. And that majority overturned Roe v. Wade. Wait.
Discord said, imagine me as a black person being concerned if a white person liked me. That's racist specifically. Shit, what did he say? I was looking up his net worth. Wait, what was the comment? Let me see.
Expressive or strategic question in politics. Very clear.
Right.
I think in a place like Nebraska, you should try to run some pro-life Democrats.
Oh, like you're saying the politicians that he wants to run, white voters should like them and they should be concerned about it?
I wish people, instead of saying that an aggressive or strategic question in politics was betraying or abandoning the people we wish to protect. I wish what we said was we lost power in a way that allowed Donald Trump to drive the Supreme Court to a 6-3 Republican majority. And that majority
It's like he doesn't want to take responsibility. It's like no one wants to take responsibility. Everything happens with us as a collective. Everything is us. This is why I don't blame people who didn't vote Kamala because she wasn't pro-Palestine enough. I understand why Arab communities were very upset and didn't vote for her. I don't blame them. I do hold people more responsible for people who voted for Trump specifically. I think that's a little bit more egregious, right? Chad says it was a comment he made further back. Okay, I think I missed it. I missed the comment. But I was thinking about it too. Because I think Coates has pushed back on this a few times, actually. Just like Ezra's approach to the conversation, he's been pushing back on Klein because he does this like white man logic thing. So I'm not surprised that he even made a comment that made you make that comment, Discord.
turned Roe v. Wade.
Right.
It overturned Roe v. Wade and actually abandoned all these people.
Right.
Actually fucked them over. Right?
Right.
It is part of, I think, when I say,
And I say that as a person who voted for Harris. P.S. I came out. I said, we're playing the political game. We're getting involved because politics is a game. And I'm saying, this is what I'm doing. You don't have to do it. Here's why I'm doing it. And I was willing to fight her over Trump. But Trump being elected is just the state of the world that we're in. So I need a little bit of radical acceptance involved here. I'm not surprised Trump won. I kind of didn't, it is what it is. Right? It's where we are as a country. And that should be our focus. We are at this place as a country. And I'm sorry it didn't start going wrong 8 years ago. And that's what people need to lock in and focus. It didn't go wrong during COVID or lockdown. Okay? It went wrong from the inception of this country. Discord said he was like, the people on the other side are genuinely concerned if the other side likes them. Oh, brother. Ezra feels like the kind of guy who wants to be really liked, and that's informing his politics. I think that's the problem. I think in many ways, everything about adulthood is high school with money for me. That's just what it feels like. I don't think adults are much different than high schoolers, except that they should be. But often they just don't appear to be. I mean, look at Trump, right? But yeah, of course he would be concerned with that.
that the work of politics has become diminished. It is part of how that happened that talking about this creates this sort of counter argument. Well, even to discuss it is to abandon. In 2008, as you and I both know, Barack Obama ran as a public opponent of gay marriage. Right? He ran opposed to it at a time when not only, I won't speak for you, was I not opposed to it, but most of us did not. Yeah. Most of us did not think he was opposed to it. Right. At his heart, we did not think he was opposed to it.
Oh, so you want to go back to that, Ezra? Does he want to go back to that? He does, doesn't he? He wants to go back. And that's why Republicans don't trust you, because they think you're fucking liars. So they're falling for Trump's lies. You want to go back to Barack Obama pretending he's not pro-gay to win over the conservative vote? What are you saying? You're saying, we can hear you, right? Conservatives can hear you. You think they're stupid? They're going to watch this podcast and be like, okay, cool. So every Democrat you run is lying, which is exactly what my parents say every time I talk to them. Well, the Democrats are secretly saying they're pro-life, but they're not going to be pro-life once they're in office. Congratulations, bro.
But he was playing politics. Right. That playing of politics allowed him to name Supreme Court justices, and that led to the decision that created a constitutional right to same-sex marriage. And I am saying that kind of playing politics is needed.
Boo! 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 I'm showing you the amount of respect you just showed everybody in this room. Boo! He thinks we're stupid. He thinks we're stupid. He's an elitist. He thinks Republicans are stupid. Joke's on you, Ezra. We're all stupid. You too, bitch. He thinks we're stupid. He thinks Republicans are stupid. He thinks they're really, really dumb. They can't get on YouTube and watch this stupid podcast. What an idiot. What a fucking elitist, bro. What a fucking narcissistic elitist. I can't believe it, bro. Oh my God. Yo. Dumb. Stupid.
I can give you an example from the other side, by the way, too.
Yeah, go for it.
Brother, you know what my position was during the election about Palestine, about Gaza.
Oh.
Kamala Harris was running to be the first Black woman to be president of the United States, you cannot imagine how animated Black folks were. And some would argue the base of the Democratic Party, Black women, we're going to, see this thing. She was not taking a position that I thought was particularly moral. I had to talk in front of Black audiences about that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And I had to do the other thing, which was go before Arab American audiences here, Palestinian American audiences here, and say, look, I'm with you. You can be mad at me. You probably will be mad at me. I get it. But for me, politics is the lesser of two evils. We've been fighting this battle for a long time. We've never.
Now listen to here. So my brother says the same thing, right? He goes, Brittany, it's about voting for the lesser of two evils. I was like, yes, but in your world, the lesser of two evils was Trump, right? Obviously, the lesser of two evils is Kamala Harris. I voted for her, okay? The idea was to vote for a liberal so the progressives could battle liberals, kind of like in this conversation here, was not so we could argue with conservatives who were talking about going back to the fucking 50s, okay? So we know for a fact that Kamala Harris was the best of two evils because her and Biden supported the genocide, right? They supported Israel, which was bullshit, okay? And that was bad, okay? Okay, I'm going to block this chatter because if you feel like a troll, and if you're not a troll, you deserve to be banned for the question, okay? They said, wasn't Harris being Black just a rumor? I heard lots of confusing stuff. My guy, if you have never heard of Google, but you heard enough to get on this stream somehow and be here, Habibi, with peace and love, you're not ready to watch this stream. You're not grown enough, okay? So again, yes, exactly, chat. Kamala ran on the exact centrist campaign Ezra is pushing. And where did it fucking get her? Nowhere. They're so ignorant. They are just so ignorant. It's insane. Exactly. She already ran on this campaign and it didn't work. I don't know why you guys can't get it. We want someone who's passionate and realistic and honest about the direction. God forbid you are too scared to sit on a pedestal, or not a pedestal, a platform, and say, we want to free Palestinians. We want a good and just world. We want to free people from oppression. Oh my God, you're so scared. I cannot believe as a politician. You know why? Because you don't believe it. I with peace and love, could not imagine standing on a public platform as running for the president of the United States and skirting around the fact that genocide is bad. Are you that much of a baby and you want me to pick you as a world leader? You can't even with your full chest. What are you afraid of? It was already going to happen. At least then you could have gone down with a historic campaign. Wow. Except she probably doesn't believe it. And I saw Kamala recently get, at a show, people are screaming free Palestine. She said, it's abhorrent what's happening there. Is it? Do you really believe that? Okay. Yes, chat says they don't want to make the enemy uncomfortable. I would rephrase that because I don't believe anybody has enemies. Thank you. I would phrase that they don't want to make bad people feel uncomfortable and or people in their evil feel uncomfortable. Even good people should be made to feel uncomfortable if it is just and if it is good. All of us should feel very uncomfortable with the state of the world. In the state of a relationship we're having with ourselves. Okay, I don't think anyone should have enemies. I don't think I have enemies. I don't think you should have enemies. We're simply all people born free and trapped by the constraints of our own limitations. We are all born free. How dare you put a limit on my freedom? We are all born free. And that's why conservatives are so obnoxious to think they are fighting for freedom. How free can we be if we live in a world where you get to decide, I can't marry, I can't have kids, I can't exist, I can't walk down the streets without people in uniform chasing me down, right? Okay. So, but I agree that they don't want to make people in their philosophical bad feel uncomfortable. And I'm saying feel uncomfortable, girls. I want you to feel as uncomfortable as I was this morning at 5 a.m. picking up my cat's vomit because she's sick. And how disgusted I was when I felt the texture of the vomit on my hands through the paper towel. I want you to feel that disgusted and uncomfortable with the world to the point where you almost need to gag yourself. And then I want you to do something about it. Don't leave the vomit on the floor. Clean it up.
Had the luxury of electing people that represented the best of us. And this is why I'm voting for her. This is a really, really serious thing. And when you hear these Palestinian Americans, and when you hear these Muslim Americans, and when you hear these Arab Americans upset about this, you can't just yell at them. You have to take them seriously. These were hard, very, very difficult conversations But when I made those conversations, look, man, I had to be buttoned up about it. I just think you take very, very seriously the need to convince people outside of the tent right now, right? About like we have to convince them to come in. I guess what I want from you is I want you to take as seriously people who are in the tent and who are vulnerable and afraid. And if you have to convince them of something that's extremely, extremely uncomfortable, or tell them that you're taking a position that is extremely
You need to prioritize the people in the tent and make sure the tent has an open door policy for people who want in. Okay? You need to prioritize. That's what I try to do here on this channel. I used to. Do you guys know? Did you see the shift in my content? So before, I was trying to do what Ezra was doing from a philosophical perspective, right? And it wasn't working. No matter how kind, compassionate, and thoughtful I was being to these debate bros, they were never budging. They were not interested in budging. And those were like more liberal adjacent debate bros, okay, who are now more conservative, obviously. But I tried and it didn't work. So I was like, okay, this is the last time I'm going to try this with them. Okay, this is the last time. No regrets. I'm glad I tried, but I'm also glad I stopped doing it. And now what I do is I prioritize my audience, my progressive values. I prioritize what we're doing here. And we don't make, there's no talking to people who aren't actually interested in coming in the tent. If you're just interested in throwing a smoke bomb in the tent, you can't. No. If you're only interested in, throwing a stink bomb in the tent, absolutely not. If you like these people want to graffiti the tent and be like, whoa, what? You don't want to talk to me? I'm just graffitiing it. I just want to talk to you about it. Okay, listen, bro. Unless I paid you to make a beautiful little graffiti art on my tent, you can't spray paint it. Thank you. Red Song with the super chat says, Cat Mom Solidarity. Been thinking about you in Indiana. I hope she feels better soon. Thank you so much, girl. We're working on it. She's going to get an x-ray. We're going to figure it out. This is her second x-ray. I don't know. Cats, man. She really... This is why I look so tired. I am, let me tell you, just absolutely no sleep with that girly, but worth it. She's worth these tired, this tired face. But, thank you. I appreciate the super chat.
I just think you owe him a little more. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
man.
that's fine. I'll take it. But I want to put this on you for a minute, right? You keep sort of putting it back on me.
Yeah, I'm open. Go ahead.
You keep putting it back on me here on the Ta-Nehisi Coates Show. What then should we do? What then should be? You are one of the most influential public intellectuals in the country. I know you don't like to think of politics as a thing you do, but it is a thing you do. What, as bad as you know this can...
Does he think of himself more like a philosopher? Because I'm definitely getting philosophy vibes. You know what I mean? Is he, you guys who have read his writing, is Coates more of a political commentator or a philosopher? Because he's giving, I meditate. And now the white guy, I listen, I'm a Buddhist referencing Buddhism way because, Sam Harris also claims he's a Buddhist and he's a mess. He's an Islamophobe, bigoted, misogynistic person. You know what I mean?
And given that you're not a hopeless person or who, doesn't think you should just collapse into fatalism, what do you think should happen now?
I think that really depends on what your role is. I don't have a great overarching theory for what everybody needs to do because I think we all have different positions. I know what my role is. And I do see myself as part of politics, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, great point from chat. Says, what should we do? AKA, give me a prescription. Yeah. He's asking for a prescription from someone who doesn't subscribe to that. Yeah, he wants to be told what to do. I'm not going to tell you what to do. I can tell you what you might want to try. Do a little less bad every day, right? So let's see. Chat says, I think it's my ego, but whenever I hear you say do something, it makes me feel a little triggered. I think it's because my brain is like, what am I supposed to be doing? Like I said, I think it's my ego. Well, it could also be triggering some autistic PDA in the audience, girls. I get it. I also get triggered PDA style. But I will just say, sometimes the best way to do something is doing nothing. Remember that the road to hell is paved in good intentions, and sometimes doing something is not the answer. Sometimes the best thing you can do is meditate.
And I think that's a very, very important way of answering the question. I mean, I'm not going to be the person that yells at you because, you went on a bunch of right-wing podcasts.
Ugh.
As I've said many times, in the course of this interview, I see myself as a writer. I see myself as a journalist. I see myself as someone for whom it's very, very important to state the truth plainly and to clarify things as best I can. I'm not a strategist for the party. And I've tried to, as you raised in that Barack Obama piece, I've tried to respect the difference.
I guess I'm not pushing you to be a political strategist, right? I think that for me, something you see me doing right here, something I think people reacting to me doing is saying, well, if the fight is as profound and we're losing the fight, then the question is to think about how we fight. Right. That's something about knowing that this much of the country is, on the wrong side of what my line would have been.
Right.
Knowing that what Kirk was doing, what people like him were doing was working.
Right.
Stop, bro. Boom, 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 boom. Why are you saying what Charlie Kirk was doing was working? It was only working if that was your goal, to mobilize people through fear and hatred. I would not say as a progressive that what Charlie Kirk did worked. I would say as a capitalist it worked. As a conservative, it worked. I would say as a bigot, it worked. But as a progressive, I would not say what Charlie Kirk did worked, because he's thinking about the mechanism that Charlie used to push that agenda. And I'm thinking the mechanism Charlie used only works for that agenda. Hear me when I say this. The mechanism in which Charlie Kirk utilized his platform is and only works because he is hateful and bigoted. Debates are not for serious thinkers. They only work if you are not a serious thinker. That's why they work. Because they're not for serious change. They are for your ego. He's so just, oh my God.
Imposes a set of questions upon us that need to be answered.
Right. The thing
Okay, if you guys have not watched my Britt Hartley, have you guys seen my interview with Britt Hartley? We met for the first time, did this great stream. You got to watch the video because we talk about this from a philosophical standpoint about the debate bros.
Story too. I'm shutting down because I refuse.
Let me bring you this because she also she specializes in nihilism and getting people away from nihilism. But we talk about this, how men will sit there and pretend to have a crisis of existential dread. Well, we experienced it. We're having an embodied experience, and the boys are like, I'm going to pretend that I am scared of existence. And then they are afraid. They just don't know how to handle it because they won't be vulnerable. It's like that meme that what boys discover at 30 after taking LSD or shrooms for the first time, girls have been talking about since we were 12 years old having sleepovers. Like, it's not literally true. I don't want girls to get a big head here. Ladies, we are also participants in upholding racism and patriarchy. But it is true for a lot of us girlies or boys or they, thems who have a special interest in philosophy and sociology and psychology to have had an embodied experience that leads us to these fields. Fun fact, a lot of girlies, gays, theys, autistics end up going into these fields because we're trying to discover something about ourselves. Versus a lot of these men go into these fields to fulfill an ego, a bank account, a number, a place in society, a hierarchical expectation. Most people who become doctors are not doing it because they're good people. They're doing it because it comes with the perks of people thinking you're a good person and the paycheck. So you have to remember that. So for a lot of us, we come to this as an embodied. That's why, Ta-Nehisi Coates, his lived experience is brought into the conversation. My ancestors, my grandpa, my father, my people, it's to say in reality, I am being impacted. My legacy is impacted. This is an embodied experience in which I am now coming to the table with my lived wisdom and my education, and I am bringing something to this conversation. Versus Ezra Klein is just like, me, with none of the connection to the, he didn't talk about his the Jewish people, the Holocaust, the survivors. Like, he didn't bring it to his family. I didn't hear anything personal from Ezra, right? But his fear is personal. He's scared. He wants to go back to his role being a political commentator in times of peace. He reeks of privilege. He has no wisdom. And that's the difference in this conversation. At least Ta-Nehisi, he has an embodied wisdom that he's sharing. And I say this as a person who thinks she's very unwise, right? Like, I think I'm still earning my wisdom. I don't think I'm a wise person, but I know that the answer is towards wisdom, which means I must be humble first. And I have yet to learn true humility, right? You have to be humble enough to seek out wisdom in the first place. Most Americans, Trump is a great example, lacking in humility, never towards wisdom. He could never be wise. He hasn't even started to be humble, right? He has enemies. He doesn't forgive. He's never asked God for forgiveness. He never thinks he's wrong. And then here, Charlie Kirk, totally a lack of humility, right? No wisdom. And then Ezra Klein is like, Charlie Kirk did it right? Charlie Kirk did it right. Did what right? Being an egotistical person, being a bigoted person. He did what? Bigotry, right? Good job, bro. Yeah, chat says, and he keeps looking for an authority to tell him what to do. Exactly. Exactly. Ezra is looking for somebody to tell him what to do. I'll tell you what to do. I got nothing. Wait, is there anything? You can't tell him what to do. Oh, that's it though. I'll tell you what to do. Silence, I think, is the only answer. With an Ezra, silence is the only answer. Ooh, that's so frustrating for him, but that's actually, I think, the right answer. Is that the right philosophical answer? I think that might be. He needs to sit in silence. Maybe he's afraid. Is that the issue? If I was dealing with an Ezra and they came to me and said, what should I do? Yeah, Ezra needs to do nothing. He's so worried about doing. He really needs to do nothing. I wonder what his life would look like if I actually put him on a vacation where he had no access to the internet and he couldn't do anything except sit with his own thoughts. That man needs to meditate.
Struggling with in this conversation and even in that question is the fact that there are things that you yourself have actually advocated for that had they been done, we would be having a very different conversation.
I think I want it to not be close.
You said what?
I want it to not be close.
See, I mean, you will call this my fatalism, but I am not surprised. I think it's going to be close. I think it'll be close for a very, very long time. I would like for it to be less close too. But
do you think that's within our power or not really?
Listen, I have a friend, and I'm not going to out him. He's a mutual friend of ours.
What does less close mean? What does he mean by that? I think I've been talking too long to know I'll rewind it in a second. Chet says, is the capitalistic mindset of needing to grind nonstop to be successful? I think so too. I think he's trapped in the hamster wheel, right? I think he's trapped in that hamster wheel. I've got to do something. I 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 got to do. It's like, calm down. Calm down.
Who I think it's going to be close. I'll say a different conversation.
I think I want it to not be close.
You said what?
I want it to not be close.
See. I mean, you will call this my fatalism, but I
don't know what
am
they're
not
talking
surprised.
about here.
I think it's going to be close. I think it'll be close for a very, very long time.
Close like the election, or close like, or close? I don't know what they're saying here.
Would like for it to be less close too. But
do you think that's within our power or not really?
Listen, I have a friend, and I'm not going to out him. He's a mutual friend of ours who always says, this is the best set of white folks we have ever had.
And look how shitty it is.
Entire history of Black America. This is the most woke. This is the least racist. This is the most aware group that we have had. You know what I mean?
And look how shitty it is. Keep that in mind. Process that information. This is the least homophobic and transphobic we've been, and look how bad it is. And this is the chance for you as an individual to take a deep breath and experience some humility and gratefulness. I am so grateful that I am alive now as a person who was raised a girl, as a person who's doing a gender deconstruction journey, as a person who is queer. I am so grateful to be alive now. And I never would have wanted to exist before this time and do and deal with what my family had to deal with. Because remember, I might be the first gay person to come out in the family, but I am not the first gay person. How many of my ancestors died? Gay, closeted, and afraid. How many of them died? Never being able to speak their truth, not even once, not even to themselves. What a beautiful time to be alive. Also, it's really hard right now. It's stressful. Everything is difficult. Nothing seems like it's going to get better, but we know it will get better because we get better and it always swings back. It will take 10 to 20 years, but it will get better. And so we fight for the future. We stand up for the future. We be kind now because it will emanate out. We show kindness and love because it's the right thing to do. And if we're lucky, we will die good people.
For us, and for those of us who ground ourselves in a larger tradition, this is not close. Like, this is a, remarkable time, in terms of our freedom, as writers and journalists to speak to people, in terms of the amount of people who are empowered and have some amount of privilege and could just look away and are not looking away. It's not a great time politically. You understand what I'm saying? But it's not the worst either.
No, it's not.
It's not the worst,
All right, then. I think always our final question. What are 3 books you'd recommend to the audience?
So,
get a pen.
First book is a book called The Brothers by Stephen Kinzer, which is a joint biography of Alan Dulles and John Foster Dulles, and how
The brothers, John Foster Dulles, Alan Dulles, Dulles, and Their Secret World War by Stephen Kinzer. Okay. These are book recommendations. The Brothers, John Foster by Stephen Kinzer. Okay.
Incredibly, one was head of the State Department, the other was head of the CIA, and how they worked to overthrow multiple countries during Eisenhower's time. It's just an incredible, mind-boggling book, and it's helping me answer some questions about the role of America in the broader world. The second one is an oldie but goodie, which I've reached for before I wrote my piece, is Race and Reunion by David.
Race and Reunion. Okay. Race and Reunion, The Civil War in American Memory, David W. Blight, B-L-I-G-H-T, Blight.
The Blight, which I think is just essential because it shows how a country forgets, and forgets in service of a politic that I would say is problematic. The third one is our mutual friend Chris Hayes' book, Siren's Call, which I think...
Okay, Chris Hayes. Oh, we know Chris Hayes. The Siren's Call, How Attention Became the World's Most Endangered Resource. Chris Hayes.
In fact, actually tells us a lot about the conversation that we're having today, and the influence of social media screens and distraction.
Ta-Nehisi Coates, man. Thank you very much.
And then, of course, he has books. So let's look at his books. Ta-Nehisi Coates books. Okay, so let's look at his books. Holy crap! I'm sorry. Has he written every book that's ever been written? There are so many books. Wait, I'm so fucking confused. Is he the author of Black Panther? Am I stupid? Who is he? Who is this man? What does it say? Is he the writer of Black Panther? No fucking way. Between the World and Me sounds great. Love that. Oh my God. Look at all these books. Does he write comics? Is this Captain America? Wait, who is this man? He wrote comics? No, he wrote a run of Black Panther. Oh, he's nerdy. Black and nerdy. He's so nerdy. Okay, We Were 8 Years in Power. Black Panther, A Nation Under Our Feet, Between the World and Me. Start with The Message. Okay, start with The Message. You recommend The Message? Okay, I'm going to write a note to myself. Start with The Message. Okay. Oh, very cool. Okay. Then there you go. Beautiful. Really great interview, really great conversation. And I think it just sets, it just makes it so clear the difference between political work and philosophical work. And, I hope Ezra Klein takes the time to meditate and maybe step away for a bit. We talked about breaks and resting. I think Ezra's too trapped in this hamster wheel of attachment. I got to do something. Sometimes the best thing to do is nothing. Sometimes the best thoughts, the greatest inspiration, clarity comes in moments of nothing. I just think sometimes, and this is what meditation is for, I think sometimes we're so busy thinking, we spiral. And instead of spiraling and having so much fear, and you letting that fear dictate our action, sometimes the best thing you can do is nothing. Okay? Any last comments, questions, thoughts? That's all we're doing today. Just a reminder, I got a last minute call and I have to go do adult stuff tomorrow. So I have an appointment I have to go to tomorrow. It wasn't scheduled, so I'm a little surprised. So the thing I was going to do tomorrow, I'm going to do the next day. There's a new video out from the Diary of the CEO. Oh my God, I'm so excited. It has Dr. K, Alex O'Connor, and it's a conversation basically about atheist versus spiritual thinker. And I'm just so excited. I think it's going to be so good. And, we love popping those bubbles in those communities. It's going to be really good. But that's all I have for you guys today. Thank you guys for being here. Great conversation. Honestly, I couldn't get through the original Ezra Klein content we tried to watch a while back, but this was just so worth it. Just for the guest. Hey, sometimes it's like that. When the host isn't really why you show up, I mean, I think that's why, you know, I mean, I think most people come for the guests, but we definitely did today and it was really good, you know? I guess that's it. We'll go ahead and call it here. Hey, go check out my Britt Hartley conversation. Let me see. Did I?
There are two things that are true about what President Donald Trump.
Please.
There are two things that are true about
Ezra,
what President Donald
please.
Trump said at Charlie Kirk's
Oh my
memorial
God, white
service.
men. He's just like, you gotta listen to me. I'm the only one you should listen to. Ezra, please. I just got through this whole conversation. Okay, let me see. Let me pull up my video. Okay, go watch this video. I linked it in chat. Go watch this conversation with me and Britt Hartley. Britt also left a comment in the comments, which was sweet. It's time we listen to different voices, especially philosophical voices. It's going to be hard. That's why I like a look so much. I just think they're so interesting and add just such a different philosophical perspective. We've been listening to the same group of people for so long, and they're just not coming up with better solutions. And it's because they can't. You know what I mean? They're just coming from such a specific perspective. It's not even their fault. It is just like their reality. And when your reality is, you know, limited, as all of our realities are limited, we need to share information. We need to bounce off of each other and share ideas. You know? Chad says, do you think that perhaps for the chatters like Ezra, there's utility in not talking to them? Look, I don't have a hard and fast rule about not talking to people. I have a hard and fast rule about not engaging with people that aren't serious about deconstruction. That is my new line in the sand. My new open with boundaries is I will talk to anyone who is genuinely deconstructing. I'm here. I am happy to answer the same question 100 times if you are genuinely trying to change your mind. The dilemma we run into is that people aren't interested in that, right? And this goes back to my conversation with Ellie, which again, I use myself as the example. Ellie's community was really shocked that I was like really open to veganism because I was genuinely like there to deconstruct. And they said like, this is so weird. Like usually you fight with people. Exactly. If the difference between a debate and a discussion is the argumentation, is like how argumentative are we becoming? Now, to be fair, during this last conversation with Klein and Coates, there obviously wasn't a lot of arguing, but there also wasn't a lot of curiosity from Ezra. Notice that Ezra wasn't curious. Coates was the way Coates asked questions. Oh, can you expand on that? Well, can you clarify that for me? Can you go into that more for me? Curiosity. Klein, but don't you think, yeah, but what about, see how they're different? They're very different. You know? And this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the curiosity. Can you talk to me more about that? Can you explain that a little bit more so I understand? Oh, I'm so interested in that. Can you expand on that? But what about, but don't you think? Okay. With that said, thank you for watching. I really appreciate it. Happy to have you here. I won't see you tomorrow, but I'll see you the next day. And with that said, be kind to yourself so you can be kind to others. Be kind to yourself so you can be kind to others. Okay? All right. See you in a couple days. Bye-bye.